Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Upsurge playoffs here in the Upsurge Premier League. Today, for our first game, we got the Raven Conference playoffs here between Amnesty Gaming and Powerhaus. If you don't know how it works, Amnesty Gaming right now are in, let me look at the bracket. Amnesty Gaming are in third place in the Raven Conference bracket. Powerhaus are in fifth. So, Powerhaus gonna have a little bit of an uphill battle supposedly. We're gonna jump right into the game though. No time to waste here, as we will be able to see Amnesty Gaming versus Powerhaus. It's a best of 3 series, and hopefully it should be exciting as we are going to jump into the game. I'm going to be joined with Crow here to guide me along with this cast. Crow, are you excited to play this game or see this game?
I'm very excited. Amnesty, I'm not as familiar with, but Powerhaus, you know, we've both known for a very, very long time. So I'm super excited. We're starting off on Clubhouse, of course. This was Powerhouse's pick, or no, sorry, Amnesty's pick. And what surprises me is Powerhouse actually opted to attack first.
Yeah, usually a very attacker or defender-sided map here. I believe Clubhouse has kind of been seeing a little bit more flexibility whenever it comes to its play. Definitely been seeing a little bit more back and forths. And one reason to that, I was going to allude to it very shortly. One reason because of this kind of attacker meta, or this kind of attacker shifting meta into Clubhouse and kind of having it be a little bit more balanced, is Maverick. I mean, every time you ban Maverick, you make the attack so much more difficult, and sorry, you make the attack more based on control, not more difficult, but you make the attack based on control a lot, and that's kind of whenever you see it shift a little bit. Capital going to be banned out next, and whenever you look at these attacker bans, the one thing that you can look at, and the one thing that many people think about, is what's going to happen to CCTV, what's going to happen to CCTV wall, and what's that going to look like. And honestly, I think we can all predict that, you know, CCTV wall is going to be extremely difficult to open now that you don't have the addition of the Maverick and the Capital to help you basically open that up, which are two very, very easy ways to get that wall open.
Yeah, another way too is because there's no Maverick on the board, Thatcher is going to be run pretty much every single round, and that's going to kind of take Kaid off the table. Now Bandit is likely to be played a lot more, like you were talking about the CCTV cache wall. That's going to be Bandit tricked 100%. You're going to have to time the Thatchers correctly, or just go below with like Zofia or Buck to try and get him off that wall. If they've got, you know, Jaeger, you can burn out the ADSs on the server window and nade him out. But you can already see CCTV cache going to be the first site. They're taking the Bandit. They're taking the Wamai on Royal. I wouldn't be surprised if Slip picks up the Jaeger too for that double up on the projectile denial, and it will be the Jaeger. And they've got Maestro, so they're leaning a little bit into that utility burning meta. And of course, you know, Ziggy's going to be one of the main focuses of this attack, especially by Resolution and Kira. Likely going to be, I would imagine, either pushing into Lounge to try and get him out, or there's that little stun lock trick through the drone hole that Kira can do as well.
That's been the one major thing that kind of helps out with that, is just basically how, like, the way that you open up that wall, you use Zofia. That's the one thing, and she can work in many different ways. You can have her basically, like you said, either concuss, or if you're able to get control of underneath of it, mainly in Lounge, and get underneath inside a secret and open up the floorboards with two concussion or two impacts. You can basically kill out a bandit trick, like literally just kill the bandit itself, and it's been a really interesting thing to see personally, just see a bandit get blown sky high.
Yeah.
But I mean, we'll see how that works out.
The
definitely
double tap of the impact.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you just double tap. Yeah, basically what happens is you place the Zofia inside of secret, you have her play underneath the CCTV wall, and you blow it up, and you just rapid fire with your two impact nades. But it seems like we are going to be having a little bit more of a Lounge-oriented hold. As you can see, Royal is going to be playing inside of Lounge.
And you saw those discs too coming up above the above that secret doorway. So that's if Zofia gets control by the blue stairs, so she can't just look up and impact. She'll get caught by those two the two Wamai discs. So a good adaptation there from Royal, just protecting his bandit a little bit more. Single panel will be opened by the Buck to cut off any rotation in and around construction. As long as he's on their Serpel, it's going to be extremely hard for him to be fought off. And he's just going to open up the roof, and he'll likely be in for the construction flank later in the round. Right now, it's up to Prolix, Blue, and Kira to basically do step number 1. Getting the wall open, you see the EMP going out, but Ziggy's on it with the bandit. The stun lock, though, will come out, and there it is. CCTV wall open in about 45 seconds. Excellent time from Powerhaus.
A very fast team, as they're known to be, and already very excellent start here with that CC wall open up. Now, the question is are they going to rotate over to construction? You already saw early round, Resolution opened up the Logi hatch, and what that usually means is that you're going to be going for that western push and work your way in through construction, and that's kind of where your default plant might be, unless you just want to block out anyone sitting inside a cache and have your default plant be CC, but in that case, you have another layer to work with, and that's Rampage playing inside a garage. I mean, it's a very predictable map, so you can kind of predict what's going to happen one way or another. It just depends on the one thing that you can't really expect is where is the push going to come from. That's kind of one thing that you figure out as you go. And well, you can already see Prolix with the diffuser is working his way over to construction, which is all clear. There's absolutely no contesting going on here, and so long as his teammates can join him for the cover, it should be the cache wall to fall next. And by the looks of it, it's going to be a very default and very standard construction execute.
Yeah, you can see Ziggy has one bandit battery left in his pocket with which to trick this wall. There's no impacts on the side of Amnesty either, which I think is a little bit interesting. So they're relying solely on this bandit to stop the thermite. Looks like he's going to guess right, and it will go down. An excellent trick there from Ziggy. I guess Powerhaus maybe not expecting him to have another one in his pocket. That's going to lock off construction, and now that main push, they're either going to have to single file line through that cache doorway or rotate all the way back across the map, but it's Resolution from below with the cook on the nade to frag out Ziggy below. I gotta be honest, I'm kind of questioning why that wasn't done earlier, but hey, it's a frag, but Royal trades on the Kieran. Zofia falls next downstairs. They still don't know he's there. He's able to find Resolution as well. The double to answer back on the Bandit. Bandit's already done his job. Buck and Zofia still had a little more work ahead of them, and now that's man count advantage in Amnesty's favor.
An interesting way to push. Powerhaus definitely going for a little bit too much late control. A huge kill on the smoke, however, is going to free up cache just a little bit, but not enough map control right now. I mean, you can see there's a player sitting inside of the west, or I guess the red stairs. Default plane coming out here from Prolix. Do they have control of this? However, there's someone watching the cross inside of CC as Rampage is going to run it. No one's covering Rampage. How is Rampage allowed to do this? He'll take the head off of Prolix, and it will be Seal trying to go for the refrag, but with no bearing 9 and only a pistol, the fire rate's not going to do him anything. Amnesty Gaming going to take the first round off of a very interesting. I thought that there was somebody watching the cross inside of CC, unless those were the two players that decided to go after Royal inside of Lounge. That's what I'm expecting, is that they rotated down to Lounge to challenge the Wamai, but at that case, you can't just allow Rampage to walk into CC and deny plant like that, especially if you're planting in a very dangerous position where your head's sticking out right into the cache doorway. Just a very interesting execute done by Powerhaus. Looked really good in the initial first steps, but definitely a little bit of a slip up there whenever they lost the construction wall. You kind of saw them fluster it quite a bit.
Yeah, you saw them. They adapted and brought the Hibana over there after they knew the bandit was dead. But then after that, right, Powerhaus still had 3 people alive, right? There was one guy planting, the Hibana in construction, and I guess Blue was just... yeah, I guess he must have not made it back out to the, to repel on the breach in time, I guess. Because that's the position that shuts down that rotate from the Maestro. So, a little bit interesting from a little bit confusing from Powerhaus, allowing Rampage to deny that plant. Well played to the Maestro, seizing that opportunity. If obviously he knew that there was no one outside that breach, either just through comms or through face peeking or whatever, and took the opportunity when it came. There were just other people in cache distracting Seal, and now we're gonna see sort of almost. Well, you can't really call it an SSG roam. It's just the Mozzie. So I mean, it's just Royal upstairs with the pests. I mean, I think the mute was up there before, so he's got a little bit of signal disruptor help as well. So drone denial upstairs for him. Royal, he is 2-0. He was the one on the Wamai fragging everyone out. He wasn't even finished off in the end. So he's been doing well. I've seen Amnesty a couple times before. It seems like Royal is one of their main fraggers, so it makes sense for him to be on that role.
Can already see some early control here from Powerhaus, and definitely something that they've been pretty decent at is how they kind of established themselves, and that's something that you can't really fault them for. You can already see an early rotation here from Royal and Slip, as a matter of fact, so they're not even going to try and waste their time on a gunfight here. Intriguing way to play, I will say that much. They didn't really delay anything. I wouldn't say job well done to them, but I mean, you might as well stay safe, I guess. I don't know. Should Powerhaus drone this out, they will know that they have complete map control at this point, and they can start to work their way in. Again, should they drone, as you can see, a little bit of hesitation on the side of Resolution. But once they figure this out, they will know that this is all clear, and there might be some Mozzie Pest upstairs to maybe deny intel, and that could hurt. But I'm not sure how we're gonna look at this right now because Amnesty have just completely forfeited everything.
I would assume that's what it was. It was almost like a fake out roam, kinda. But they should know it's all clear. You can see Blue going to EMP the hatch to get the Electro Claw off Moto. It is off. Either it was EMP. No, it wasn't EMP. So Kai just picked it up, and Resolution will find the opener on Rampage. And wow, okay, that was the Maestro playing West Armory. Actually, no, wait. Where was he?
I think you're right. He was West Armory.
Was he West Armory?
Yeah,
he was. Okay, he was right there. So yeah, I mean, a great frag. Rampage, the player that shut down the Diffuse Planter last round, as well as your Maestro, and likely I would imagine your Impact Trigger on the hatch. Now that's going to go down for free from Seal.
Looks like a two-pronged attack here from Powerhouse as they want to work their way down Blue and also down Central Stairs. And here's the main issue right now. Powerhouse don't have a lot of time to work with, and there's basically no way that this wall is going to get opened up. But as I say, EMP will drop, and I guess I'm absolutely incorrect. Unless an impact trick comes out here that is successful, it doesn't seem like it'll happen. Wall will go down, and that's going to hurt quite a bit here for Amnesty Gaming, but Ziggy is not giving up here. He's not going to forfeit Church, and he's going to find the kill on the Prolix, who's done his job. Refrag here from Seal. Nice shot to find the angle, and now he just has to make the cross, and they had to start getting the plant down, but there's still players sitting inside of Blue. That's Teknith and Royal, and even Slip sitting nearby. They're in a very good spot to deny this, and nobody's challenging them inside of Arsenal. As a matter of fact, nobody is on the kitchen hatch. Plant's going down, though, to 2 versus 4. Royal and Slip on the retake. You can see the flanks happening from both. The plant will not get denied, but the Thermites, I guess the Thatcher's Life will. Seal will trade. It's a 1 versus 3. They know the last 2 are inside of Church, though. It's one thing that they have to worry about. The Hibana will peek wide, and it's going to be Royal to find Seal. We'll deny the intel here from Powerhouse as he gets the final kill onto Resolution. Now it's just up to Kira inside of Blue. He's got a very good position to play this at, as he can watch Black Box from a certain angle on the 3rd panel, but it seems like he is just going to go balls deep for it. Defuse is happening. He's
Kira! Kira! What? Kira!
Royal just stuck it. I mean, you can't really anticipate Royal to stick it in a 1 versus 1, but he just did it. Man just blew out everyone's expectations, and he'll take the 2nd round. So unfortunately, Kira was just not in a great position to deny that. I would have thought that he would have pushed in very, very early on. Once he heard the first tick go down, that's usually whenever you kind of just go for it. And he didn't. Kira, unfortunately, I will say, just single-handedly lost on the round. And it's these little small mistakes that keep on happening to Powerhouse. Last time around, it was nobody holding the cross inside of CC. And this time now, it was simply just not getting control of the church, I guess the church hallway. Like, the church hallway is something default you're supposed to hold inside a church, inside a Central Stairs. Whenever you have a player bottom Central, you're gonna hold church, or you're gonna hopefully hold the church corridor and watch for any crosses. And Royal and Slip were just allowed to walk by.
Did Kira not have any concussions left?
It's possible.
I don't know what he would have used it on beforehand, but I mean, if he just whipped a concussion at him, that denies that now.
You know what? That's
they
okay. That's one thing that's been high. That's been one thing that's highly debated, and I honestly don't know.
I've seen it.
Does it deny?
It used to not, and then I think they fixed it, and now it does.
There's
as
some weird
Ziggy,
object thing that happens. I don't know. There's like some weird object thing that happens where
it's like if it goes off, and like there's something between you and the concussion, like it won't. But I mean, like you can still try. That was just so unfortunate from Kira, especially to Resolution. So I was watching one of their games last night. Resolution was 9-1 on entry, but out of the 9 rounds he got entry kills on, I think they lost 6. And I really hope that trend doesn't continue into the night, as Resolution he's won both the opening fights so far, and they've still lost both rounds.
I'm just pretty shocked the way that Powerhouse held that. I mean, they just had basically no map control, and it was a 4 versus 2. At that point, you have to be extremely predictable if you're a defender. And that's one thing that happened, is that like nobody was playing inside of Kitchen. No one was watching the Armory drop. No one was playing inside of Central Stairwell. Everyone was crowded around Blue or crowded around Church. And that leaves a lot of room for defenders. I mean, you could see once Teknith lost his life inside of Blue, and I think it was Kira to gain control of that. At that point, you should have at least one player sitting Central Stairwell or sitting top Moto, but The rest of the remaining players were sitting inside of Moto, inside of Church, and then Kira was inside of Blue. There was just so much free breathing room for Royal and Slip. And unfortunately, I will say it, Slip just kind of slipped by with Royal, and they were able to get into places that they really shouldn't have been.
Yeah, that was super unfortunate. I don't know why Kira didn't... I can understand why he was kind of separated from his team, because he was already over there in that position, kind of flanking down. But you gotta go... I don't know, he should have moved quicker. And that was just super unfortunate that the black box covered Royal that entire time.
That's how black box works. So that's a default black box plant. You have to realize that, like, the only way that you can deny a black box plant is either deep inside a Church or from behind, and nobody was behind because everyone was dying inside a Moto.
Yeah, it's slight positioning errors from Powerhaus that have now lost them 2 rounds in a row.
It's just an unfortunate. It's just a case of the unfortunados. I don't know what else to say. This map control from Powerhaus is really lacking, and Amnesty need to capitalize on this as they have been. But Amnesty, the more that Powerhaus give Amnesty control of the map, the more that Amnesty kind of allow Powerhaus to work their way in. They also have to realize the less that they actually get. Like Powerhaus, they go in pretty fast. They waste no time getting their drones in, getting map control. But let's look at the last 2 executes that happened between Amnesty and Powerhaus. First of all, Powerhaus executed onto construction. And it wasn't just an execute. Everybody was in construction one way or another. Then, if you look at the Church push, the Church plant inside a black box, the default plant, they were inside of Blue. That was pretty good. That's really good extensive control. Holding Blue is able. It's a really good way to deny anybody sitting inside of Armory. But that Blue player was watching Church. Kira wasn't focused on Armory enough, and the rest of the players were all crowded inside of Moto. What are you gonna do if you're inside of Moto? You're gonna watch what? Church, who's already watching that. Kira, what are you gonna do? Watch Church corridor? Well, what happened there? You lost your gunfight. So it's just you would have won your gunfight if you played inside of Church, inside of Central Stairs. If you're playing inside of Central Stairs, you would have been able to just win 2 gunfights outright, or maybe 1 and get refragged. But that's better than what just happened there, isn't it?
Yeah, Kira, what? He killed the mutant Blue, and then just didn't do anything else. Resolution got down. Who did Resolution get downed by? Did he get down by Slip before he got traded? I think it was Slip, and then
yeah, because Royal didn't take the gunfight against Resolution.
Yeah, that was super unfortunate. So yeah, we're just waiting for all of Amnesty to get back in the lobby. We have Technical Royal and Rampage. We're waiting for 2 more. Kira also dropped from Powerhaus for whatever reason, but he should be back as well.
Kira just got dropped mid-game?
What?
No way.
Alright.
Talking about Kira, it's interesting to see where all these map control issues are coming from, because I talked to Kira beforehand. I talked to Powerhaus and Amnesty, as a matter of fact, just to get some information behind the scenes. And the way that they're playing this, I feel like is really intriguing, because they have switched up their IGLs. So originally the IGL of Powerhaus was, let me look at my notes. It was Seal. Seal was the previous IGL for Powerhaus. Now it's Kira. So Kira is a very young yet experienced player in the Siege scene. Do you think that experience is going to transfer enough, or is Seal going to be kind of like the one that had like the little older, more experienced, kind of like wiser guy? Like, that's the one thing that you have to realize, is that IGL changes can change up an entire play style, because the IGL is going to be calling shots that you might have not ever had before. If Powerhaus were playing extremely passive, now they're playing extremely aggressive, and you can see the way that they play extremely aggressive whenever it comes to map control early on, and then they play extremely passive whenever it comes to map control in late game.
Yeah, the switch up from Seal to Kira, I've definitely noticed. I've seen Powerhaus recently losing a little more often than they used to, but I think that might just be, growing pains. Um, but I've noticed the increase in aggression, and I think I've noticed they've been using resolution on the entry a little better, but the team as a whole has looked kind of lost after the
So
initial push and the initial map control. They kind of like hit the brakes a little.
yeah, the thing is that these players have been together for quite some time, right? And they're just whenever they play a team, the one thing that they usually have to focus up on isn't like how they play. It's not about how Amnesty play. And that's exactly what he said. That's exactly what Kier said whenever I interviewed him. The one thing that he said was that he's not worried about how Amnesty are playing. They've played Amnesty before many a times because they're in the same league, obviously. The one thing that they're worried about themselves, they said, are slumps and personal problems. They've been together for quite some time and they have chemistry, obviously. They're friends outside of the game, which a lot of times you don't see in other teams, but they're friends outside of the game and they've been together forever. Everyone knows this roster. I mean, this roster has not changed all that much. I can't even like realize, like Zappin's the substitute for Powerhaus. He's been a part of the org for like 2 years now. Ever since I started casting Siege, Zappin has been a part of Powerhaus in some way, shape, or form. All of these players are extremely experienced, so it's not the problem of their fighting Amnesty. Sometimes it's just the problem of their fighting themselves. And that's something that they're going to have to work on coming into this game against Amnesty, because Amnesty, they're playing in a different sort of play style. They aren't playing aggressively like Powerhaus are. They're playing a very strat-heavy play style.
Yeah, and we've seen Amnesty be able to take full advantage of that, because Amnesty, when they were, who were they before? Were they Polar Ace Red?
I
think they were Polar Ace Red.
I think so.
When they were Polar Ace Red and we saw them in qualifiers for, I think it was for RSA, they got pretty far, and I mean they played a decent game. They have a little bit more of a strat heavy.
I think I remember this. I think I remember this because I was a sub for Original and I played against them and I. And
they play a little more of a strat heavy style, but they've still got really competent fraggers. Slip is their Jaeger main. Royal usually heats up, and what's interesting to me is Teknith seems to not be at the forefront as much as he used to.
He's the IGL, so that's the one thing. Teknith is a very back player. He's a support player, and he's the IGL for Amnesty as well.
Not be, which is weird. Like he on attack he would always do Thermite Thatcher. On defense though, he was almost always like your Valkyrie or your Pulse, so like your intel gatherers, but they're still 3-speed C4 players, stuff like that. He seems to have taken a step back from that, which it's just interesting to me.
Yeah,
but it makes sense as the IGL. I just don't know if like I don't know. In the recent games I've seen him in other leagues, he hasn't, at least not on the scoreboard and directly in the rounds. I haven't seen him make as much impact.
The one thing that I look at whenever I'm looking at this game is pacing. Siege is a game very different from like CSGO or the recently kind of popular game Valorant. From what I've noticed whenever I casted Valorant, because I did yesterday, Valorant, like CS, like Call of Duty, it's always the attackers that control the pace of the game. But on Siege, it's not the other way around, but it's more so that kind of who controls what, that happens mid-game. You'll start to learn that maybe it's the defenders that are controlling the pace of the game. That's one thing that makes Siege so unique to cast and so unique to watch, is that the pacing is not always controlled by the forefront attackers. It's almost always controlled by either side, and it goes round by round. If a defense has a really, really tough to break strategy because of a tough to break roam, the pacing of the game is going to be slow. But if your attack is just going to go balls deep into sight, well, you change the pace already. Like, that's the one thing that I've noticed, is that it's like both sides have a say in how the pacing goes. So far, it's been Powerhaus who have been taking the pacing, but it's been Amnesty who have been capitalizing on it. Yeah,
the pacing in Siege is something almost like the two teams playing, the two sides almost have like a tug-of-war contest with the pacing. It's something that either that one side has to earn over the other, just by the way they've been playing. And yeah, like you said, Powerhaus they've been in the building early. They've been kind of so if we take the steps of an attack, like checking off boxes, Powerhaus have been getting the first couple checks super early, and then Amnesty are like, okay, we see what you're doing. We're gonna take a step back for a sec. We're gonna, recollect ourselves inside the site. And Powerhaus seem to hit the brakes a little. They set up for the execute for a little bit of a longer period of time, I'd say, than their entry is. And during that period of time that they're setting up, that's when somebody on Amnesty, like Royal, pounces. We saw him on the Wamai in the first round do that. We saw him on and then when the execute actually comes down, it's Powerhaus. I mean, they've been attempting the plant both times, but Amnesty just, like you said, despite Powerhaus dictating the pacing for the most part, Amnesty just pounce on them and almost like take it back. Whenever there's a lull, Amnesty take advantage of it.
That's one thing. It's that Powerhaus just needs to take that pacing to the late game, and they need to realize that since they have control of the pacing, they need to take advantage of that. But Amnesty have been the ones to take advantage of that. And honestly, it looks like Powerhaus are just going too quick for them themselves to even manage. Like, whenever they were inside of blue, they were like, all right, we're inside of blue. We got blue. Like, what are we going to do now? What are we going to look at? What are we taking control? It just didn't seem like Kira really had his head on his shoulders at that point, because there was still players very comfortably sitting inside of Armory with the kitchen hatch open, and there was nobody was allowed to cross, and nobody was like that's the position that you're supposed to have inside of blue. With the holes that were also pre-made by the defenders, you're able to watch the cross. You're able to watch. I don't know what Kira was looking at, though. I don't know if Kira was clearing out church that entire time, like whenever he was peeking into church, he was making sure it was clear, or if he was watching for anyone entering in, because that's the one thing, is that you don't really want to watch for the entry into into church. You want to watch for anyone going outside of church or leaving or crossing. Like, for I don't know how to, I want to paint a picture. I'm trying to paint a picture here. So let's say Kira has an angle into the church rotate, the default rotate between church and Arsenal. It's that little hole right in front of the church doorway. If you're Kira, you should be watching that general area, but you're not, and that's one thing, and that's what allowed Royal and Slip to get by. But at the same time, I can't really blame Kira, because there should be a player sitting inside of kitchen watching the hatch, watching for anyone sitting inside of Armory, like Slip, like Royal. That's the one thing that that's one thing that they had to do, and nobody was on that. Nobody was watching inside of Armory.
Yeah, it was just a confusing round overall, and the fact that Royal was there so soon after the plant was down, the Thatcher just couldn't recover. He was stuck behind black box. If you know he's behind black box, that's the easiest pre-fire in the world. And yeah, we're just we're waiting for Amnesty's fifth still. Who was it that dropped? Technith Royal, Rampage, Slip, Ziggy. I think they said Ziggy was having some CPU issues, so we apologize for the delay, but it's unfortunately us casters can't just hit the start now button and pretend everything is okay. I think he's got what, like another 5 minutes to connect or something?
Yeah, until they have to find a sub, I believe.
3 minutes now, according to Kyle.
Time is ticking down. Get a new CPU if you have to.
Who is their sub to get a new CPU right now?
Their sub is Flipper or Silky.
Well, it says Silky's washed here in the roster sheet, so I don't know if they want
Silky. Well, he better not be. Gotta jump in.
Aye. What else can we talk about? I think we've milked the 2 rounds we've got to their extent.
Yeah, I guess if you want to, we can cut to a break real quickly and we can just get things sorted out, because obviously this is all out of our control. I personally think that I've covered basically most of Amnesty and what Powerhaus had to say. We'll cut to a break after we talk to you. Maybe we could get some basic information out, something that we weren't able to get earlier, because we obviously had a little bit of troubles getting it, or we didn't have a lot of time getting into this. We didn't have a really decent intro, so let's just jump. You know what? Let's just jump right into the bracket. Let's show you exactly what's happening with the rest of the There we go. I love production. So let's talk. So looking at your screen, obviously you can see the playoff bracket here. So right now, what Powerhouse and Amnesty Gaming are fighting for is a spot to play against Zenith Esports. This is a best. This is a This is a all right, sorry about that. This is a single bracket elimination bracket. So right now, what Powerhouse and Amnesty are fighting for is a spot to play against Zenith, and obviously if they win against Zenith, then they go all the way to the Raven Conference Finals. Now that's not the be all end all. That's how you get your representative into the Raven That's how you get your representative into the Grand Finals. Once you get your representative from the Raven Finals, which can be anyone, it could be Powerhouse, it could be Untitled, Carnage, or Original, Zenith, Amnesty, anyone from the top part of the bracket. Once you find those, then they'll proceed into the Grand Finals here to play against who is the Rogue Conference winner. And we're going to decide who's going to be playing against Halfway Crooks later tonight after this best of 3 series is done between both Upper90 and Disrupt. So that's going to be the game happening immediately after this one. And that'll decide who plays against Halfway Crooks and who wins in the who goes against who in the Rogue Conference Finals. And obviously the winner of the Rogue Conference Finals plays in the Grand Finals, and for a first place prize of $1,500, and that's a $2,500 prize pool. So pretty intriguing. I mean, it's a really interesting bracket to look at here, because obviously you have so much talent to look at. You have so many different players with so many different backgrounds and play styles that are going to go up against each other in this bracket, and it's really interesting to see if maybe one of these two teams are going to be the ones that maybe another caster, or maybe us, are going to be casting in the Grand Finals. So now that we've covered the bracket, I think we have basically milked the cow empty. Let's jump into a real quick break once we get a once we get the CPU bug fixed. So we're gonna jump right into a quick break here. Stay tuned for Amnesty Gaming versus Powerhouse. Already pretty exciting between these first 2 rounds. Hopefully we're gonna be able to get to maybe 12 rounds, maybe 15. We'll have to see. Let's hope we can get through this game. Hoping Ziggy can fix the CPU, or maybe we can get a sub. Regardless, we'll be right back with Amnesty Gaming versus Powerhouse on Clubhouse. Haha, you thought we were gonna leave you for long? No, we were not. You thought. Nice try. All right, welcome back. Finally, it's time to get back to our first map here, and I guarantee you it's gonna hopefully be a good one. All this build up is not gonna lead to a direct 7-0 or anything like that. Hopefully, that would be really upsetting. Hopefully. But we are back. Amnesty Gaming versus Powerhouse, and where we left off, Amnesty Gaming were able to successfully win 2 of the main bomb sites, that being Church and CCTV. Now they must move on to a tertiary, and well, you expect it to be a gym bedroom as usually it is. I mean, that's just your tertiary bomb site. Clubhouse, yeah, honestly, bar in stock, I'm fairly certain I've only casted it once in the past. I'm pretty sure I've only casted it once or twice ever since the rework has happened. Like, And I've been casting since I've been casting way before the rework. Actually, I've been casting like since May of 2018. And once the rework happened, once the rework hit, it was just completely I mean, like, the main reason why, in case you were wondering why bar and stock is just never played, and I was like, why don't we ever see it? It was a popular bomb site back before the rework.
It's garbage.
Well, it is. Well, yes, it is garbage, but the main reason being, and that's personally, this is just kind of like what I've noticed, is the new addition of the wall, where if you were sitting inside a bar, what you used to be able to do is to cover all the way into stock and hold stock all the way from bar. And now that there's been a wall introduced between the two, between inside a bar, I mean, you just can't hold stock anymore. And that's kind of what's made this bomb site extremely, extremely unpopular. And it's become now gym bedroom to become the tertiary bomb site with a little bit of a switch up here. So yeah, I mean, this is just a very predictable way to play Clubhouse so far. We haven't seen any surprises there as Prolix picks up his invisible drone.
Didn't we see bar stock in Pro League?
Once.
It was Ints versus Liquid.
Once. Yes,
Yeah,
I believe that
it was
the one
Ints
time
versus
it was
Liquid. Ints defended bar stock and they won it. And it was really weird because Liquid, I guess, just forgot to clear the top floor. But it's gonna be the Zofia to try and stun lock the bandit, and she will be successful. So the breach will fall yet again. A really early breach, only a minute off the board for Powerhaus. The question is, will Resolution get the opening pick, and will they actually win the round and turn this into their first win? As he will just put down his remaining bandit battery onto the bathroom, just to cover Technic a little more. That's usually where you see your smoke playing. It's an excellent position for him to just chuck toxic gas canisters anywhere he needs to. He can reach the breach, he can reach the construction door. He can put some right into the corner of Jim. Now it's Resolution trying to help his team breach into Cash, which is currently being held by the castle. You see the impact trick coming out, cooking the nade, taking it over the wall. That'll destroy the electro claw that was covering it, I believe, but not do any damage.
Instead of CC? Is that Technith playing instead of CC? I think Technith is just aggressive. Oh, not Technith.
Was bathroom.
There's somebody just aggressively holding inside of CC. I'm not sure who it was or who it was. Slip. How did they let him get away again?
Well, Slip wasn't Cash.
How did they let him get away though? Again,
I mean, he's lit.
He's pretty
lit.
He did
damage. Oh. Okay, good night, Thatcher.
Well, Royal will rip the head off of Blue. A job well done from the Thatcher already, though, so it shouldn't be too much of an impact frag here, seeing as Rampage will get immediately traded out here. TCSG very aggressively with the ACOG here onto the player sitting inside of Jacuzzi, being Prolix. Slip will take down Kira, and it's just a back and forth trade here, and it will even out into a 3 versus 2. Diffuser drop now inside of, all the way over from bathroom, and it's not going to be a 3 versus 1. Diffuser drops here. Seal is going to have to retake the entirety of the site with no diffuser control. It'll take down Ziggy at most. Time is ticking away, though, as you can hear the announcement. And it will be the TCSG to win out the gunfight against Seal, or even not even a gunfight, just a shift W into a crosshair. Really well played there to Royal, and a very aggressive defense here on Amnesty, just basically retaking Jacuzzi control. And Powerhaus, no response just yet.
Yep, so including the rounds before the rehost, that's a perfect site rotation so far from Amnesty. Excellently played to them so far, and again, I feel like that was just a bit of a positioning issue. So, okay, so they got the breach open. Yeah, that's great. While they were pushing Cash, why did they not have someone on the server door? Castle got away scot-free because there was no one to cover his rotate back. Those little Hibana holes, I don't think you can see the construction door because of the the little, I don't know what you call those desks, those tables, the metal tables in the middle of Cash. So Castle got away scot-free, and you saw him. He got a pick later in the round as well onto Kira. So again, Powerhaus, little mistakes, little lapses of coverage in their attacks on the fallbacks of the defenders are losing them rounds. And from there, it was that split push through Jacuzzi and construction just got completely shut down by, really, I'm not sure how Teketh got the shotgun shots. I guess all the spread must have blessed him in that engagement. And they'll go back to CCTV Cash, where, again, this was down to, they got the breach open in 45 seconds. Again, wall open by Powerhaus very soon. Resolution naded the bandit from below. They were able to open construction with Hibana, but because Wamai was downstairs, got a big two-piece, it distracted Blue. Blue went to hunt for the kill, wasn't repelled outside the breach, and that allowed Maestro to deny plant. Now, if you're Powerhaus, just don't come off that repel. You don't need to go collect that kill. It's Wamai downstairs. He's not going to be able to do anything. Just cut off the Maestro's rotate.
You may not even need to get control of Garage. You just kind of need to cut it off, and we'll see if that happens this time around, because Powerhaus, again, have been struggling so far. Kira might not be able to concuss if he knows that he has to take down the shield. I believe it is taken down here. Bandit trick from Ziggy has been successful so far, to say the least. Prolix's going to place his first thermite charge, going to commit to it, but the concussion will not detonate in time, and first thermite charge lost. That means that a construction push is going to have to come at the cost of some Kairos. But let's see if Prolix can open up the wall here. Let's see if they're going to take a different approach with this. There's only one concussion, might not be enough. As you can already see, Kira starting to enter his way into stock. EMP going to come out here. Resolution will come in with a nade and a kill onto Royal. And they found out how to open the CCTV wall in lieu of losing one concussion. It's going to be a nade from Resolution and just a few shots into Royal, just to add a little bit more effect here onto the round. And Amnesty Gaming definitely starting now on the back foot. Can Powerhaus take it all the way? Because so far they haven't been able to,
and this is now really their best chance. I don't think they've held a two-man lead throughout this entire game, so we'll see if they're able to turn it into a win. It's Technith, Rampage, and Slip, though. It's the Smoke and the Maestro left to hold down sight, with the Jaeger, who's again got one of the best guns on the defense. If there's any three that you want in this situation, it's going to be them. EMP's coming out again. You can see Powerhaus rotating over on the construction side. You see Seal and Prolix as well as Resolution. They're looking to open this construction wall. The question is, with only 50 seconds on the board, is the rotate a little bit too late? A curious swing from Technith is going to fell the Smoke, and now all that delay power of the toxic gas canisters is now off the board, as well as a triple kill on the round for the Buck. The Hibana will start to open construction now, though. That's going to open another avenue for these attackers. You see Blue and Kira as well, still outside of the breach, and I think that's the key, as Kira will find one, traded back by the Maestro, but it's still a 1v5 ace clutch situation for Rampage, and he's stuck in Garage. They know exactly where he is. They'll cut him off, and this time, Powerhaus do not make the same mistake twice. Excellent positioning, excellent clear, especially the two-piece from Resolution to open them up.
A very aggressive play there from Powerhaus, and Amnesty Gaming getting aggressive on their own foot, but honestly, I will say one aggression was better than the other. You saw how much utility Amnesty lost on that defense and how aggressive they got. If we want to go back to the Smoke peeking, for example, he had so much time to delay. He had one of probably the best pieces of utility to win them that round, or to at least get Powerhaus back, or get Amnesty back on the same foot, and he just died. I mean, he just got so aggressive on that peak there, and Resolution, unfortunately, I hate to say it, Resolution was just better at that point, and Powerhaus, like you said, it was the best opportunity that they had. They definitely ran away with it this time. They opened up the CC wall in a very creative manner, managing to burn all the ADSs and I guess all of my magnets, and just tossing a nade in. Not only did that grant you the CCTV wall, but that also granted you a man advantage. And why not Resolution just, you know, take down another, just make it even worse for Amnesty. And like you said, they didn't make the same mistake twice. They had a player repelling outside of CCTV to cover any crosses that Rampage was trying to make, and well, the cross came and it was easily denied. Exactly, yeah. I mean, they just had everything unlocked that time around. Powerhaus had Amnesty surrounded, and I'm glad that they finally ran away with an advantage, because so far we've seen them on the front, on the front foot initially in the round, but every time for the past 3 rounds, they haven't been able to really do much with it. Now they've finally taken the advantage.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that too was the reason why they cleared. I don't think there were many discs to clear, because remember the very, very, very first round we saw the Wamai go downstairs.
Yeah, into initial
2 discs. Yeah, and those things take a long time to regen. So he probably only threw out another 1 or 2, and they were probably to help protect the drone hole. And if they're protecting the drone hole, I think because there's that little lip in the doorway, the disc doesn't catch the nade. So there might have been less utility than they thought. They had to clear Resolution with that nade, and I think the Wamai peeked him from the red door. So a big opening 2-piece for him. Resolution now 3-0 on his entry game. fantastic play from him so far on the buck. And we're going back down to Church Arsenal, and you can see Amnesty Gaming are now saying, okay, they've been playing aggressive all game, but that time it worked. We're going to take Ella, we're going to take Legion, and we're going to try and slow him down a bit.
You can already see, I mean, Powerhaus are going for a very default take that they have been doing for about the same exact time that they push this. And what do you do differently this time if you are Powerhaus? Well, it really just comes down to how you're going to hold the Church corridor. You have to stick somebody inside of Church, inside of the bottom of Central, and what's Blue doing? Come on, wake up, bro. But anyway, you gotta have somebody to oh, there's actually a Kaid trick going down here. Now,
yeah,
there's a really good way to counter this, but okay, you know what? Tetris EMP works, I guess. I was gonna say you could chuck a nade in all the way over from top. From the top of the Church corridor all the way over, I believe. You have to kind of like get in the kitchen doorway and nudge in there, but you can just toss it in, or not even from that. You just toss it kind of down the Church corridor into Moto, and you just nade, and you can already see the nade's actually going to soar out here. And actually, Ziggy didn't even lose the. I'm not sure how he gained that back. I guess he has an extra electric claw.
He picked it up before the EMP, because you can hear the EMP rattle off, like the
yeah, of
bounce of the
course.
grenade. So I assume he was just like, I'm just gonna pick it up and leave. Might as well conserve it. You see the Thermite though gonna activate on the Church wall. It'll go down for free. No bandit to trick it off, but the C4 actually won't kill him. He's very lit up though. Now Thermite has to be careful in any engagement he takes. Prolix is down to about 20 HP, and there's a TCSG facing him down. One tap will just outright kill this Thermite. Right now, the Kaid's distracted by the Hibana holes. If Prolix takes this engagement, he could easily win against the Kaid, who's just sitting there prone, taking pot shots against the Hibana. Will tag seal up once, but Prolix doesn't engage, and there is no frag found. He's full flash, though. And again, no push from Powerhaus, not capitalizing on it. Slip finds the opener onto Resolution. Resolution now 3-1, but the... Wow, okay, the Thermite just made it in behind the bar, and they'll trade. Curious. Slip, though, still positioned by the Moto door, will lose out to Thatcher, and they trade as well. Trades happening all across the map. Royal, though, finishes off Kira, and the Planter is found. Slip on the blue, and it's a lockout from Amnesty Gaming after the initial push.
This time around, it was a definitely different sort of execute from Powerhaus. They had a little bit better positioning, but what happened? Amnesty Gaming challenged, and they won basically all of their challenges. That really just came down to gunfights that time around. I mean, you can even see Royal playing inside of blue, challenging heavy against Kira and winning out that gunfight outright. It was just pretty impressive, to be honest with you. I guess the Ella's spray and the Ella's bullets kind of outdid the ACOG there, but really well played regardless. And a very aggressive approach taken this time from Amnesty Gaming. Last time around, it was kind of just them focusing on denial of the diffuser, but this time around, it was them focusing on denial of the entire map, and it works out pretty well for Amnesty Gaming. Powerhaus definitely not able to win their gunfights, and I will say that's basically the only thing that won, I guess the main factor that won them the round. We will be going back upstairs into Cash and CCTV. Unsuccessful for the first time here in Powerhaus's first attack. Let's see if maybe they're able to repeat.
I have to say too, I think a lot of that round was Prolix being way too passive on the low HP. Ziggy was on the prone. When people are prone like that, it's such like a distinguishable sound. And if the Thermite just swung by the minibar, he's protected by any other angles the defenders happen to be holding on the breach, and he could have easily killed that Kaid. And the Kaid was, you know, who eventually finished him off and lit up the Hibana. You know, that could have been so much control afforded to them, but unfortunately, not jumping on that opportunity was just, you know, one of the many factors that lost them that round. That was a little bit unfortunate, but now we're gonna see the Cash take again. Last time, honestly, I think them not getting the breach open as they intended actually kind of helped them, because that's what prompted Resolution to send the nade in. If they got that breach open, that nade would have never happened, and that opening two-piece and the challenge from the Wamai may never have happened either. So we'll see. You can see them burning out the disc, burning out the ADSs, anything covering the drone hole. They'll try for the stun lock again. He's got impacts selected though. Does he know he has impact selected? Okay,
I think he's going for the shield. It's either that there is a shield there or that he's going for the shield, expecting that's going to be their concussions coming in right here. The stun lock will work, and Technith is not going to be able to win that gunfight. So, Or not gunfight, I guess the fight on the wall. I don't know why I said gunfight.
Yeah.
That's a auto lock right there. Autocorrect. So I feel like we're witnessing the exact same round happen again. Powerhaus last time around really had the upper hand because they were able to get 2 opening picks, but this time around they're not afforded that luxury. So how are they going to respond onto this execute if Amnesty have all 5 players alive? And you still have Slip and Technophone, a very intriguing roam here. I'm not sure what their plan is. If that's oh, they're going to go for a back push. Yeah, that's going to be extremely, extremely interesting because Powerhaus don't really know this at all. They've not droned this out because they're not expecting anyone to go there, and then they themselves aren't really going downstairs, so their kind of their kind of assumption is that we don't need to drone it, and that's not wrong. You'd waste a lot of time if you drone out the entire map top to bottom. But as a matter of fact, Kira instead is just going to do the work that needs to be done. He'll take down Slip, but Technith is going to find the refrag onto Prolix. Again, Seal's going to have to rely on the X-Kairos in order to open up the wall. Huge C4. Wow, that was through the stock hatch. Or I guess through the stage hatch. That's going to hurt. But wall will go down regardless. Job is done. Still have to deal with a bandit, though. What the heck? What happened with that?
I don't know why that bottom corner is still up. That's weird. It's still a 4v4 though, so Powerhaus, at least not in the man disadvantage, but time is ticking away. We've only got 20 seconds left, and they're gonna have to make the push in soon. A run out from somebody somewhere as the Wamai actually catches Seal reloading will do 50 HP's worth of damage, but Seal on the repeak takes him out, and now that entry is free. He'll try and breach right here, but Technith, as you said, is flanking, and he'll find one on resolution, but the diffuser might go down in time. No, it's the C4 from Ziggy to deny, and again, where's the rest of Powerhaus?
That's not the best way that you want to go out there. Amnesty Gaming will basically retake the entire map in a way that Powerhaus, they were supposed to cover the flanks. I mean, that's just something that you defaultly do. There's no one on flank watch, though, from Powerhaus, and that allowed for Technith, who, by the way, was underneath, and they knew it. It's not even a case of Powerhaus had no idea, because Technith C4'd through stage, so they know that he's going to be roaming nearby. So I'm not really sure what happened there. Powerhaus just a lapse of judgment, forgetting the fact that there is a bandit underneath, combined with the fact that they didn't have anybody to cover the plant, because once Resolution died, where was everyone else? I mean, everyone else was just off doing something else. I mean, Kira was like underneath. I'm not too sure if Kira was expecting that there was going to be a rotate back in through maybe red, if he was expecting that Technith was going to play it safe. But at the point where a plant's going down and time is ticking, you're going to make the risky plays. You're not going to play safe at that point. You're going to flank. You're going to try and make a play. But I mean, just Kira just didn't read into it properly, and it will be another round here from Amnesty Gaming, who are now switching on the attack. 5-1 is not a good split whatsoever here. Yeah, it's Clubhouse. Yeah, it's defense. But a 5-1 split, it's pure dominance on the side of Amnesty Gaming.
Yeah, they only need to find, right? Usually what we see is 4-2. They only need to find those 2 rounds. That's all they need to win. And with the performance that we've been seeing from these players, it's not completely out of the realm of possibility. Resolution right now, the only man positive on Powerhaus. And it's a little scary if you're in their position. They've got to take this Church Arsenal defense. This is what they need. If Amnesty are able to take this attack, then that's honestly, in my mind, that's GG.
No.
But wow.
You don't entry in the garage with no intel.
Yeah, they didn't drone lounge.
Ziggy is going to lose his life. And that could just be improper calls being made here by the IGL of Technith, or maybe just Ziggy not making any sort of calls in general, just saying drone me out. But regardless,
guess who that is with the opening? That's Resolution, who's now he's been involved in 6. No, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. He's been involved in 5 out of 7 openings now. He's 4-1. Who's peaking Resolution? Well, in the mid round, he just kind of dies. Within the first minute and a half, who's peaking Resolution?
Well, he is playing inside a Seeker right now, and he could be a huge linchpin of this round, but he's in a very predictable spot and a very predictable flank. If he plays passively on this, it could be kind of this could definitely look a little bit different, but if he's going to play aggressively, he's going to probably be extremely predictable. So that's one thing that you have to watch out for, and you can see Slip is on the drones, and I'm not sure what's going to happen here from Amnesty. It seems like it's going to be a very default take here. They're just going to ignore the roamers and expect them to rotate back into site. But looking into Resolution's eyes, I'm just probably going to assume that Resolution's not going to let that slip. He's going to go for the flank. That was a nade and a half. Royal bounced it off the bars. You can see Seal will take down Tech. Nith Rampage will get at least a refrag there. So the very aggressive play there from Seal. Maybe looking for a play. He was able to find one, but not much anything else. Resolution will find a double kill. Oh, the C4!
He stared at it.
Blue literally just looked at what was the end of his life, and it's going to be a 4 versus 1 now. Rampage all alone against the world. And he's got diffuser down as well. If he wants to make a play, I mean, this is the play to make. The diffuser's all the way over inside of Moto. There's nothing else he can do, and Powerhaus have read into this like a book. They know exactly where Rampage is going to be coming on in. It's a little bit laggy, and Powerhaus. Okay, cool. I don't know what just happened. Wow, Speedy Gonzalez, I guess.
Wow, Prolix got that? Okay, all the way back from blue. Well. Whatever the hell happened at the end there, that was a very, very important round. That was a very, very, very important round win for Powerhaus. So, the fact that they won Church Arsenal that handedly with 4 men still alive, that puts some faith back in my heart for their defense. You know, maybe they'll be just as dominant. That was certainly a dominant round to start off, but we still got another 3 for them to at least tie us up. Or if Amnesty are able to take the gym bedroom attack, we could possibly be looking at an Powerhaus need to bring it to OT situation. Interestingly, they'll be bringing the castle for this defense, and usually when a castle comes out for CCTV, you're looking at lounge control for the defense, especially with them doubling up on the Kaid and the Bandit. They're bringing both electricity ops. They do not want these walls open under any circumstances. And you can see Seal downstairs right now. He's going to be setting up with those castle barricades. Likely probably Resolution down there with him. As he presumably plays around by Wolf and Stage. But it's standard. It's still standard stuff coming out from Powerhaus. And if Amnesty should know how to deal with it. The only thing is, if they want to deal with those castles in a timely manner, they're going to have to use Zophia's impacts. And that's actually all they have. Except for nades.
I would say the utility on the end of Amnesty isn't going to be the problem. It's going to be the map control. Because look at the amount of utility Powerhaus are bringing. With the castle, like you said, that means that there's going to have to be established control underneath. And, I mean, you got Prolix on the Bandit trick. Plus, just an added addition, you also have Blue on the Kaid. And then, well, if you want to go underneath, it's not going to work. You have to burn the ADSs. You have to, not only that, but I don't think you have to get rid of the castle barricade. Because I think the concussion will propagate through the castle barricade. And that will work out. So, regardless of the utility, CCTV wall will fall. Now, that's a pretty early start. That's a pretty assumable, kind of predictable start. Like you would expect this wall to go down, no matter what utility you bring. That wall is going to most likely go down. I will say Amnesty are way faster than they should have been regarding Powerhaus's utility, but now it comes for the CC push, or this construction push. That's going to be extremely interesting to watch because Powerhaus have a lot of established map control here that they can work with.
Yeah, they've got a decent bit of time because of that early wall breach as well. However, Powerhaus did too. And they were still 2-1 attacking, or 1-2 attacking this site. We're opening that the Logi wall. No late flank, it appears, from Powerhaus. Just all 5 members kind of turtling down. Seal's the only guy downstairs with any kind of flank potential as the castle, but I don't know if really you want the UMP flanking rather than, someone like the Bandit or the Jaeger. Prolix is going to open us up on Ziggy, and that's the Zofia dead. A good opening frag. I'm not sure if she had any utility left in the pocket, but it slipped to frag back on Kira. It doesn't matter what you took off the board off the attack. Smoke is going to hurt no matter what.
Amnesty right now pretty well set up for that construction push. They still have a little bit of time and a little bit of utility to dump. You have a nade remaining on the side of Royal. You have flashes to burn ADSs. Just a matter of time now. if Amnesty can get in and get rid of, for example, Seal sitting behind the shield, who's going to challenge really aggressively and will take the head off of the player sitting inside of construction. Refragged immediately by Technith with a little bit of a bounce. C4 tossed out, though.
Wow.
It's another trade. It's going to be Prolix to find his third. Excellent C4 work there, and now he knows Rampage is sitting nearby. Blue's going to be the one to fish him off, though. Really well played there. 2 Prolix to find 3. Powerhaus pouncing on the attack here by Amnesty Gaming. It just didn't seem like Amnesty really knew what to do whenever it came to Powerhaus's control, because Powerhaus were all over the place. They were just... And in a good way. In a good way. In a good way.
It's like a mirror from what we saw Powerhaus on attack. They opened the breach on CCTV. They rotate to construction, open the breach on construction, and then they're like, okay, what now? And now it looks like Amnesty are falling into the same trap. It's so hey, maybe we see a 5-1 half from Powerhaus too, with the way Powerhaus played on attack that poorly, and the way Amnesty seemed to be echoing the same kind of play style. I don't think it's completely out of the realm of possibility. We might be going to OT, or Powerhaus shore up their defense stronger than Amnesty did. We could even see the comeback. But hey, it's still early in the game, and Amnesty still have a 2-round advantage, which is pretty huge, as Powerhaus go on to Gym Bedroom. And typically, this is going to be Amnesty's best chance at taking a site. Gym Bedroom is considered the weakest of the 3, but if Amnesty's clear is just their clear of cash is just as poor as Powerhouse's, we could see 5-4.
You have to watch out for Powerhaus. They're coming with speed and aggression. It's working out really well, too. I mean, this has just been a new Powerhaus that we're seeing on this defense, and it could just be the side. You know, it could just be Powerhaus just don't like an attack on Clubhouse. And a Clubhouse attack is not easy, but I don't think it was 5-1 difficult. But regardless, Powerhaus trying to come back. Amnesty, however, you have to keep in mind, are just one round from... It's one round that separates them from match point. And whenever you get into match point, you get into a different mindset. What Powerhaus are basically trying to do is either delay the inevitable or just completely forego it. That's the one thing that you have to keep in mind, is that whenever, like I said, whenever it comes to match point, whenever Amnesty Gaming get to that match point, Powerhaus are going to be playing very panicked, because you have to play the most perfect game of Siege that you possibly can.
Yeah.
And it's not easy. It's not easy to ask for. Powerhaus are playing perfectly right now. That way that the hurt doesn't really hurt that much if Amnesty get to that match point.
Because not only is it hard to do that to begin with, but the pressure of having to do that can also get to a lot of teams. But it's now Technith to try and get the exothermic charge down. Will the stun lock affect the bandit? No! It fails!
Wait.
Somehow...
I guess
was it
got
too
to it
late?
faster.
Yeah, wow. Excellent Excellent play from Blue then. And that's one thermite charge off the board. And you can see Amnesty now, they've stalled. They're like, ah, crap. I think we just used all of Zophia's stuns. What do we do now? It appears that it's going to be the rotate over to the gym window. You can hear her hammering at that, but that's going to waste a lot of time. Now they've got to clear any ADSs covering it in gym, of which there is, but the Jaeger will get dropped by Slip after downing Ziggy. Resolution, again, finding himself in an opening engagement, but not coming away with it. That's your Jaeger dead, but still a lot of time being bled off the board from Amnesty as they now clear the ADS covering gym window, and they still got to get this breach open, which it appears like they finally will. I don't know how that... Okay, that was almost a TK, but the bandit gets caught! Blue, you gotta assume someone's gonna be on that window. Again, unfortunate positioning for Powerhaus, and I'm afraid that this might lose them the round in a 5v3.
Nice shield there from Prolix, and he's got the help of a player sitting inside of Logi to help them out, and I believe that is the Ella here of Seal. But if Ella loses inside of Logi, that could be massive. But it doesn't seem like Amnesty are really worrying about that. Royal is playing up on the Logi hatch, and look at this. I mean, Powerhaus are being forced out of their position right now, as you will see an entry here in through Gym. It's a flawless round so far. Can Prolix break the trend and maybe clutch it out? I mean, he's got Rampage down. It's a 4 versus 1. He'll take down Royal. 3 versus 1 now. The execute will happen, though. Diffuser will go down. Ziggy's going to be up just in time to take Prolix down. Well played there, too. Amnesty Gaming, and they will be on match point here. Powerhaus ended up delaying the inevitable. and now they have to work with 3 rounds to at least tie it up.
So, after that stall outside the jacuzzi wall, and the bandit unfortunately not be able to trick a second time because the gym bedroom or the gym door was opened, and man, things just fell apart for Powerhaus. It looked like there were so many defenders in compromised positions where they just didn't know where to look. Especially that position behind the mattress. Unless you have control of construction, you cannot play there safely and just ignore everything behind you. I think he thought maybe the Ella's presence in Logi would deter anyone, but she got taken out at the exact same time. So, you know, everything falling into place for Amnesty on the final execute there. Well, very, very well coordinated. And Powerhaus will go back down to the basement. Now, they won this site. They won it handedly. It was a pretty dominant round. It came down to, I think, a 4v1. And like I said, that was Amnesty's best chance to bring it to match point, as that's the weaker site. And now Powerhaus, if they want to get to overtime, have to perform a perfect 3-site rotation, starting with Church.
Well, it's not easy. Powerhaus they've shown us signs of life here. Obviously a 5-1 half is not going to do you all that well, and now that Amnesty have gathered themselves after Powerhaus took 2 rounds, kind of as a wake-up call. It could have just been that, you know, it was just Powerhaus were playing on a very uncomfortable site. You have to remember it's a tertiary bomb site for a reason. It's not the best bomb site to play in as a defender. So Ziggy going to be lucky this time that Resolution isn't peeking too aggressively. Resolution is still sitting inside of Secret, though, and that's one thing you have to be wary of. Nade chucked down the hatch. No one home, though, to eat it up. Seems like the hatch will fall here, barring an impact trick. Kira will impact trick, but 4x Kairos is enough. And Kitchen Hatch will go down.
The nade was just to clear that Electro Claw, but it's a run out from Resolution.
Wow. He ends up catching Ziggy in the end.
He'll kill Ziggy anyway. And again, Resolution finds himself in yet another opening engagement, and oh no. Ziggy. So Resolution, right? He's 1, 2, 3, 4. He's 5-2. Ziggy's 0-5.
Oh. On opening?
And every one of Ziggy's deaths, except for one, were at the hands of Resolution. That's funny. Maybe a little bit of Nemesis, or Nemesis. I think it's Nemesis is the plural of Nemesis. Prolix will find Rampage just pushing down dirt solo with no drones in front of him. That was a little curious that not only does he have no intel, but he's by himself. So there's no refrag on Prolix, though lit up, so the smoke will persist. And you can see now they're very wary of Oil Pit. They know Resolution's down there. The Buck doesn't want to make his descent down the ladder because he'll be caught, most likely, if Resolution is watching it, and he is. Will tag him up once, but not find the final kill. And Buck will finish him off, though he takes a lot of damage in the process. Royal and Slip down low. And, I mean, Seal's got a TCSG.
Oh, Slip.
Well, never mind.
Oh, no. Catching off Seal, who was completely blind. Technith as well. Going to add salt to the wounds. It's going to be an even 2-2, though, as Kira finds Slip. Plant's going to go down here. The cover from the kitchen hatch should be able to keep Technith safe as he rotates off to a different position here. Blue, though. Blue might just have a Kool-Aid. What? Kira's going to swing wide, though, and Royal is going to be up above. It's a double kill. Diffuser's going to fall. It's a 1 versus 1. Blue is sitting inside of the church corridor. I'm not sure if Royal is aware. He's got to be extremely careful. Pings are coming on now. I'm not sure who's pinging who, but I'm fairly certain Royal, his location is known. Absolutely it is. Blue is just allowed to walk away with an aggressive peek on the diffuser. And then he finds another one. Nice shot there through the wall. Powerhaus are now 6-4. 2 more rounds until they can even it out.
I thought that was it. You never heard that called Kool-Aid Wall?
No, it's called Pulse Wall. I thought.
No, that's Kool-Aid Wall.
Why is it called Kool-Aid Wall?
I know why it's called Pulse Wall, but it's called Kool-Aid Wall because usually if it's left soft, and you have control of kitchen hatch, like
You
Sludge
jump
or
through
Buck
it,
just
yeah.
goes down there, yeah.
Yeah.
And they through the wall.
I mean that makes sense, but I've never heard Kool-Aid wall. I will say that much.
Oh yeah, that's how it was. I asked someone what that wall was called, and they told me Kool-Aid. So, but yeah, so that was a really good adjustment by Technith to go and be like, ah crap, let me go plant next to this reinforcement. But it was one of those. It's a skinny reinforcement, so you can still peek around on the soft side of the wall. And Blue just knew. Blue's a knower. And he was able to go 1v2 with the Bandit. Fantastic play by the Bandit, and though close, it was off a clutch, but Powerhaus lock in their Church Arsenal defense. They will no longer be able to play it for the remainder of the half. They were 2-0 on their defense as they rotate up to CCTV, which they also previously were successful on, due to Prolix deciding he was going to kill 3 people. He is 8-5, Resolution following close behind with 7. Meanwhile, on Amnesty, we've got Slip and Technith also at 8-7. So these teams, the top fraggers pretty even. Actually, all across the board, frags are pretty even. That tells me, that just means the rounds that Powerhaus are losing are closer than the ones Amnesty are. But Amnesty have won more. And in the end, that's all that counts. And even if Powerhaus still take this round, they've got to rotate back to Gym Bedroom, which they got crushed on.
That's one thing you have to keep in mind, is that Powerhaus are going to be playing their equalizing point on a site that they absolutely dislike. So you got to be extremely careful with that. Seal going to be bringing the mute this time around. A very intriguing pick here to deny a lot of intel, not only, but also maybe deny the wall.
Yeah, they've got 3 people to do it. They've got mute Bandit, Kaid.
Let's see if it works, though. Banditry coming in. I hear concussions going through. It
no,
doesn't
again!
Work.
That's the
massive.
second time. Ziggy, what are you doing? Oh, the barricade's up. That's why.
Yeah, but the barricade, I'm pretty sure the barricade should... Unless it was... The only
Unless
thing
it was like an RNG bounce?
The only thing, yeah, that's the only thing. There's 2 things that could have happened: the RNG bounce or the concussion didn't. Was what if this is a huge what if? Kira was no one's inside of secret. Prolix is gonna fall. He should be traded out though. Kira's playing on top red. Wall will go down regardless. Resolution's gonna fall here to Slip again. Like you said, involved in the engagement now, 5-3. So. Definitely getting in the heat of things here. Prolix is down, and they will soon be able to figure that out here as we're having a little bit of lag. There we go. I think we're back to normal. Maybe. Nope, we're not back. Yes. Hopefully. Maybe.
Yeah,
maybe.
Seal with an MP5. That's something Seal was running last night. MP5K mute. And I don't know. It just kind of... but Rampage finds Prolix to finish him off. As, he was not picked up, and now behind the shield will Seal play. And it's Kira, Blue, and Seal. So you've still got 3 gas canisters. You've still got 3 gas canisters, and you've still got 2 C4s. So you've got a decent amount of indirect plant denial in the hands of Powerhaus. So I mean, things are still looking okay, but they're not out of the woods yet. The peek from Seal just tapping away by the window, and he'll eventually be found yet again, bouncing up and down as he's found by the Thermite of Technith. Now going for the plant. Where's the C4? Not going to come out from Kira, most certainly, as he's smoke, and he'll be finished off, and can't find the head of the Thatcher. What a way to finish the map out. It's a flawless round from Amnesty, as... Man, Powerhaus just could not find anything to go in their favor.
Well, what a great start here from Amnesty Gaming. A 5-1 split on the defense, and then being able to find 2, well, shaky rounds. They were still rounds to work with. Really well played there to Amnesty Gaming. And now going on to our next map of Coastline. What's going to happen here is... Amnesty Gaming, this time around, are not on the more advantageous side. Powerhaus are going to be the ones starting on attack, and Coastline is an attacker-sided map. And that's something that you have to worry about if you are Amnesty Gaming, because while they had a pretty good defense, while you have a pretty good, attack, Well, like, why you have a pretty? Hold on. Let me just reset here. I was really confused because Prolix said he needed a 20-minute bathroom break. So let me just reset real quickly. While Amnesty Gaming had a really good defense, a 5-1 split, they're not going to be that lucky on Coastline. Coastline is a battlefield that can go either way, mostly to the attackers if Powerhaus play this properly. And the way that they've been playing and getting in the map really quickly has just been. I mean, the way the Powerhouse is getting the map really quickly is probably something that's going to be extremely helpful on a map like Coastline. So I feel like Powerhouse now are going to be on the advantage with their tempo and with the way that they play this game. But obviously, you never know. We'll see if Amnesty Gaming are going to be able to win this out. All right. And just shut down Powerhouse on map number 2, and that's just done. It's a best. Remember, you have to remember it's a single elimination bracket.
Yeah. So. Then again, though, we do have to remember Amnesty picked Clubhouse. So that is their map pick.
That's true.
Powerhouse are still in a decent position if they win Coastline, which is their map pick. Powerhouse love Coastline. They play it so much. That was the map yesterday that Resolution was 9-1 on his entry with I think he was playing Mozzie and IQ, I think. And he was just running around the map, destroying everyone. Yeah, I mean, Coastline's their map. They love it. They know it. They're starting on attack. Amnesty picking defense. A little bit curious on a map like Coastline, but if it seemed like except for that last round, towards the end of that map, the rest of Powerhouse also seemed to be kind of waking up with Prolix and Resolution. But oh, do we have someone subbing in on Amnesty? Ziggy is no longer in the lobby. So we might have a sub in now.
Oh, it's gonna be Silky. So Silky's gonna be joining
Silky.
Amnesty.
Silky washed. I'm not insulting Silky. It's
literally his name.
That's his in-game name. His in-game name is Silky-washed. Just to clarify.
God, what's wrong with you, man?
I'm sorry. I remember, last night, someone called me a bad caster. I'm officially washed.
A bad caster? No way.
I'm sorry. I
mean, whoever said that might just. I mean, he has the truth, but like you don't have to like deliver it like that. It's just kind of mean.
I know, man. At least like have some grace. It's like when you tell someone like that their relative died or something. Like you don't just say it.
Yeah, you don't just say it. You know, you have to be like, you know. He lived a long life. She lived they lived a long life.
So they went up on the roof.
Could have been a dog.
Trying to fix the ceiling tiles.
Could have been, and they were trying to fix the ceiling tiles.
You gotta build up to it, right?
Yeah,
I don't know.
guess.
I meant to say like the roof. But I was thinking like tiles instead.
I was thinking we could do like a you know, they were brushing their teeth and just
slipped and fell on the bathroom floor.
Sure, you know. I don't know why the floor would be wet if you're brushing your teeth. You maybe just, you know, maybe you got arthritis. You know, maybe you were trying to get the toothbrush under the water. Because
Prolix has irritable bowel syndrome apparently.
Yeah, he takes 20 minutes to use the restroom. So, yeah, we got all players in the lobby. We're just waiting for the R's, and we should be able to jump into this very, very quickly, barring no issues. It is going to be Ziggy, unfortunately, if you have missed it, dropping out of the lobby. Maybe CPU issues have gotten to him. Gonna go out, buy a new AMD Ryzen, and hopefully jump back into this, or maybe not, as there is a basket tumbling down my stairs, and I'm not sure if you heard that.
Just get a what's the new one? The Threadripper, the 3950X or something.
I don't know.
Is that the new one?
I need a new one, honestly.
Yeah, the Ryzen 9 3500X. It's a 16 core processor. Oh, that's what I was thinking of. The 32 core Threadripper 3970X.
Okay,
yeah,
let's talk to. All right, you know what? The one thing I like about Coastline is that it's shaped like a processor. It's a perfect square. So let's not waste any more time and let's jump right into Coastline here.
$1,900? Sorry, I just looked at the price and I'm absolutely baffled. But yeah, okay, coastline. Coastline's fun. I like it's like they call courtyard the donut. I like the donut.
I don't know where you're getting these Kool-Aid donut calls from. I'll just be 100%. I'll just be 1,000% honest. No, I mean I know it's shaped like a. Yes, I get it, but like I don't know. I've just never heard that call out. My bad.
Oh, well, Amnesty will get first ban yet again, and
that's gonna hurt.
They will just. All right, that's it. Resolution may as well leave the game.
That's going to hurt a lot because Powerhaus are going to depend on this buck quite a bit. The way that they control the map, they like to go underneath quite a bit, and that's going to hurt super much. That's going to hurt super badly.
So I was writing the operator bans in my notes, and I just accidentally wrote resolution instead of buck.
Okay. I mean, you're not wrong, you know?
That is true.
Wow, that is painful, too. That's really painful. I'm not sure Powerhaus are going to be on the back foot quite a bit here whenever it comes to the operator bans, but regardless, hopefully this shouldn't hurt them too much.
And they'll ban, let's see.
So, the one thing that you see out of default...
You think Mira's gonna
yes, absolutely. Powerhaus are on the attack.
Yeah.
So.
Now the question is, are they going to ban Valkyrie? Because we also see a lot of Valkyrie bans on Coastline, and that's always cool when it's not an Echo or a Maestro.
But yeah, I mean,
but it
Valkyrie
probably will be.
Valkyrie will hurt as well.
It's probably just Echo, right?
I don't think anyone is really playing
just
Valk.
Completely banned. Okay, never mind. Listen, if they banned Mozzie, then I don't know what the hell Resolution would play. I mean Jaeger, IQ and Jaeger. He would just swap. But I mean. Isn't this is Seal's Jaeger map though? I think Seal plays a lot of Jaeger here.
Well, the new IGL. I mean, we'll see if Powerhaus play the same way that they have been. Maybe they play
so
in a.
Gonna pick up IQ. He runs the G8 too, dude. He's nasty with the G8. I want to see him go 9-1 on entry again and still lose the map. Actually, no, that would be kind of sad if they lost the map. I want map 3. That's a Blackbeard. Kira. Okay, all right, thank you. No coward beard in my lobby.
No coward beard. So, Powerhaus on the attack again. We've talked about this because of the way that Coastline works. Powerhaus, you have to assume, are already going to be on the on the front hand. Like, this is just a map where attackers are so dominant, and we'll see if that changes. Obviously, you never know. Maybe Amnesty Gaming have a trick up their sleeve.
Did you just use front hand as the opposite of back foot?
I was gonna say back foot, yes.
Yeah.
I'm getting creative.
Is it like
front
they're on the front foot, or like? I don't know. I want to look. I'm gonna look that up after. Kind of like I remember when we discovered, what was it, quaternary?
Quaternary. It's not quad. See, I thought it was quaternary, but it's actually quaternary, which is, it doesn't sound as nice.
Yeah, it doesn't roll off the tongue as nice. But I've been using that now. It's a fun word. But it's hookah billiards first for Athlon. Athlon. I saw AG, and I was like, that's Athlon. Amnesty Gaming. It's gonna be hookah billiards first for Amnesty, and there's a Mozzie on the board. Now, when you're playing Comp Siege, and you see a Mozzie on the board, you have to think to yourself, yeah, he's downstairs. If you're not thinking that, I don't know what the hell is wrong with you. But it's the repel from Resolution to almost find Rampage. A lot of damage traded back and forth, but Prolix finds Slip, the player in security, supporting the Mozzie. So now Royal's all alone down there, and if he wants to play for that C4, he's definitely going to have to watch his back.
So, you can already see Kira. I mean, looks like it is going to be an Aqua push, a very default setup here from Powerhaus so far, as you already have Resolution playing outside of hookah as well. So what do you expect out of Amnesty? How are they going to adapt to this? Because they have Slip already gone, and Royal, I'm not sure where he's playing, and you can already see Powerhaus. Meanwhile, while they don't have the buck, and like I said, it's going to hurt quite a bit because Powerhaus like to go underneath. They're still underneath regardless. See Seal, actually that's going to be Royal, triggered the air jab, and now his location will be known. So he's not going to be able to go for this office flank. A really good setup there of the air jab, and now it's going to be pretty tough here for Amnesty Gaming. Teknith, though. It doesn't usually work, but whenever it does wonders. The swing of the smoke is going to take down Kira. Now Seal and Resolution on low HP. Powerhouse not starting out as good as they wanted to.
You know what's really funny? The exact same thing happened to Kira yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, a smoke swung wide on the double doors and shot him in the back. That's so unfortunate. You gotta feel for Kira, but at least an Evil Eye will go down at the hands of the Thatcher. That's a good utility pick. Blue doing his job. But now we're down to less than a minute, and we're at even man count. Powerhouse as well. They have Aqua, they have Office, and they have Hookah Balk. That's... It's decent map control, but it's not really what you need to be going for this execute. A nade will sail out and not find anything, as everyone on Powerhouse is lit up as well against smoke grenades, a C4, Alda, and Goo Mines. That's not a great position to be in.
Ooh.
Almost everyone in the lobby actually taking damage, with the exception of Silky, and as I say that, he'll find Resolution. The Nomad, though, finds Technith, and nothing happens. Silky finds another with Prolix trading on a Royal, and now it's a 3v2. Prolix at 1 HP, Blue on about 26, as Technith will finish off Prolix on the Repel, and swings wide to find another, a 3k, on the round for Smoke, playing by Pink Bar. And, wow. That was dominant.
Well, Amnesty Gaming proving me wrong. And when I was going to say that they were going to be on the backhand back foot, it is actually Powerhouse to be on the backhand back foot. I'm pretty surprised, to be honest with you. Like, Powerhouse were... Like, they were looking pretty good. They had a really fast start. They had themselves inside of Aqua, and they had themselves underneath. And it was something that... Amnesty, like, they should not be able to challenge, especially with the air jab ringing off of Seal onto Royal inside, who was trying to execute inside of offices. Whenever that happened, basically you guarantee that underneath control is going to be established, and it's probably going to end up staying that way. But then Amnesty Gaming, I don't even know, they just peaked so aggressively and ended up working out for them. Powerhouse did not establish themselves enough inside of Hookah either, so that basically allowed Amnesty to get extremely aggressive as well.
And where was the nade? Was that did that try to come from below? Is that where that was? I think
so. Yeah.
That was an unfortunate miss. If they killed Technith there, that could have been a completely different round.
Oh yeah.
Oy. But yeah, 2 kills for Prolix was all they found. Everyone else still sitting on donuts. But hey, at least Powerhouse keep the entry. Yeah, they're still better on entry. Unfortunately, haven't been able to actually turn it into a round win though, as is evident in a lot of the rounds where they got an entry on. Actually, wow, 1, 2, 3, 4. Out of the so far 12 rounds they've played, only 4 rounds have actually come off of them getting an entry.
Alright, you can see an early...
What are you...
Early. What is that? Powerhouse not getting their drone work in. I can understand that it's a Mozzie refrag immediate, though. But I mean, you have to assume. Regardless, why swing here? And Prolix is going to die out to Rampage. Really aggressive plays here from Amnesty Gaming. And, well... it shouldn't be working like this. This is just way too aggressive for Amnesty, and somehow there's no response here from Powerhouse. Coming into couches, Seal will be able to find the down player onto Royal. And honestly, I'm really surprised right now. There's Slip sitting nearby as well, and he's going to swing and take the head off of Seal. Amnesty Gaming taking aggressive gunfights and winning them out.
At least a trade from Kira on a Silky. So the Legion will go down, stopping generation of those goo mines. But honestly, at this point, I don't even know how much I want to talk about utility. Just because of the way these rounds have been playing out. It's almost like it doesn't matter who's alive or dead. The utility doesn't have much impact on the round when it's just straight up gunfights. Especially on a map like Coastline too. So right now, Blue and Kira in the clutch situation will take out that pest. Might be a little too late though. As his teammate has already paid the price for the stopping of the drones. But they'll find the Maestro positioned in pantry, and they're not going to act on it because they're too far away. Okay, I guess that was temporary intel on the site, now really gone and useless. Slip is still upstairs in VIP too, and if they have Evil Eye's position watching the default plant spots, he could easily kill one through the floor. Castle in reception, Rampage still in sight. So the defenders are pretty spread out. That's really the only thing Powerhaus going for them. I don't think he saw the castle.
Trigger discipline.
So, yeah, that was amazing discipline from Technith. Is there no... Actually, I don't hear an air jab. He might be able to get the free run out Lamborghini door. Just go for it, Technith.
Just go for it.
What is happening?
Yeah, I don't know. Parsec is being weird. The round is won by Technith, who gets a double kill. I am so glad we got to see that.
At least we get the final kill cam. At least there's that.
All right.
He won for it.
And he got it.
Yeah.
Guess?
He did indeed get it. Nice 2K Lamborghini run out. I'm not going to spell Lambo run out.
Lamborghini doorway in the lobby.
I know how to spell Lamborghini. I'm too lazy.
Are you sure you know how to spell Lamborghini?
Lamborghini.
Okay.
Yeah.
You ever wonder
I'm
if...
Asian. I know how to spell.
Okay.
You ever seen those kids at like spelling bees? Dude, their parents are like, they grill them. I can't imagine
that. I can't say I've watched the spelling bee in the recent times, but...
I haven't either, but you know the stereotype. That's all that matters.
Okay.
Anyway, Amnesty up 2-0. Just like we saw last map, Amnesty actually went 3-0 on their defense. They had a perfect site rotation to start off. So if we repeat ourselves, they should take this site. Or I mean, if we repeat ourselves, they'll take this site and go up 3-0. It's up to Powerhaus to break that trend. Resolution's had enough. He wants Ash. He wants to go in and gun people as the 5-speed headless monster. You never heard that before?
It's funny. No.
That's one of the Chinese callouts. It's great.
What? You're so confusing.
They call her 5-speed headless monster. They also like the call out for Blitz is just the onomatopoeia for a train.
Oh, I call Blitz a train as well.
IQ is Auntie IQ looking for her little nephews Vigil, Pulse, and Echo. Yeah, the Chinese, my people are weird, man. Resolution takes almost 50 HP worth of damage from a C4 from Royal. Good early damage on the Ash, I guess, but it could have been better. Unfortunate that you didn't find that. And at least you might stave off the aggression of Resolution just a bit. And now he's, as a 3-speed, 1 armor, it's only going to take probably 2 bullets to put him down anyway, so.
I mean, you see Powerhaus already establishing themselves upstairs. Early drone work happening as well. So, I mean, good start here from Powerhaus. They definitely haven't had the best of records whenever it comes to their executes, to say the least. Maybe that'll change all here today in double bar. Oh, look at that. This aggressiveness here working out again. I mean, I don't understand why Powerhaus are not able to challenge Amnesty on this aggressiveness.
Why are you not ADS?
Prolix is hunting blind. Technith is going to take the kill onto Resolution as well. Already 2 stunning openers here from the side of Amnesty Gaming and Powerhaus. Not looking too good here on the back foot, hand, leg, arm, whatever you want to call it. The back limb, the back human being. We'll call it the backhand, and then the front foot. How about that? Just to make it confusing.
Well,
Royal's gonna fall as well to seal, and aggressiveness finally punished.
He lit blue to 25 HP though, and man count advantage still in Amnesty's favor. So damage done, I guess. And Amnesty have just ramped it up this map. They've been like, okay. Powerhaus have taken rounds by getting early map control, so what if we just fight back? Bakira will find Silky. The fight back maybe not working out that time for the Legion. Now he's retaken the vertical control. He can look through these sledge holes that were opened earlier. He'll see the Maestro, but not before his teammates taken out. Training back Seal. Blue very lit up, and Kira the last two remaining attackers against Teknith and Slip on the smoke and the Jaeger. Toxic gas canisters, though, will be taken off the board. The head ripped off the smoke by Blue. And now he's going to be able to plant behind the bomb chassis, but Slip takes out his support. The 1v1. The clock strikes 0. Blue has to stick it. This is Slip's chance. Can he peek behind the bomb chassis? He can. He threads the needle between the bars. And it's the 1v2 clutch for Slip. And again, a perfect site rotation for Amnesty.
Holy hell, the aggressiveness from Amnesty Gaming going a little bit punished there, especially whenever it came to the runouts, but it still goes unchecked elsewhere, and it is going to be 3 rounds for them on the defense, ladies and gentlemen. I said that right, and you are hearing me properly. 3 rounds on the defense here in a row. It's deja vu. It's like Clubhouse, except it's a completely different map. It's a map that is extremely attacker-sided. In recent moments has been extremely attacker-sided. Oh, yep. My.
I'm scared for Powerhaus, man. If I'm Powerhaus, I'm telling myself, holy crap, why are these guys so aggressive? Normally, Powerhaus is the super aggressive team. They're in quick, they take the fights, they execute in style, but it's Amnesty just been fighting back, man. They're just wide swinging everything. They're just swinging everything. Like, every chance they get, they're like, I'm better. And they just take the fight. And sometimes they win. Well, most of the time they win. At least in this map. And they can go back to hookah billiards. The last time that this site was defended, Powerhaus got the opening pick. And as they do. And then didn't do anything. That was just kind of it. Their execute was completely shut down by the rest of the anchors. So, again, resolution on Ash, he's 0-3. I don't know, I don't know.
It's not a good start here in terms of the aggressiveness.
Oh, G36, what are you doing? That's weird, he plays Hollow IQ G8.
Well, that's one thing we're going to be focusing on. Look at that black ice. I mean, look at the amount of detail that goes into this game. If only the art team... Oh. We are back in time. I'm going to take this time to shout out Chris CJ Omo, who asked for a shout out. He is the man, the myth, the legend. Hey, welcome to Desktop World.
Did it crash?
I'm not sure what happened. Siege is just not cooperating with us right now. Siege is... I love Siege. I love it so much. Man, this game is in the best state that it's been in the past 5 years. Absolutely incredible. I love casting this game. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are new to Siege, this is not a new occurrence. In case you were wondering.
This happens a lot.
It happens way too much.
A lot. Like when I say a lot. A lot.
You know, there's a lot.
Like,
there could be a few. You know, there could be a few League of Legends. You know, people in here that want to kind of get themselves into this game. This is what happens. This is Siege. So
yeah, you could like imagine you're 5 stacking for about, and you're playing ranked, and you're going on. It's like, you know, your 8th game on. You've been playing for about 3 hours. I guarantee you, one of your players has crashed at least once.
Yeah.
Like,
no,
it's like
right.
every 3 games somebody crashes. It's not okay. You can have a $3,000 PC and this game will still kill itself.
Well, hopefully we should be jumping back into the game, as you know, Siege does like to do Siege things. Yeah.
It is round 4 still. That's good.
I don't think we missed that much then.
Watch like 8 people be dead. It's a 1v1 post plant.
Round 5.
Never mind, it's round 5 now. This game. Man, why do we have to be passionate about this game?
An Amnesty
Why
woman.
why
Okay.
was it this game?
4-0,
Well,
by the way.
Amnesty won apparently.
Unlucky. So I would just assume that the aggressiveness worked out from Amnesty. I mean, everything has just kind of been very, very aggressive, and you know, we can talk about the bigger picture since we did miss that round. What happened in the bigger picture? Amnesty so far have been
Kyle, can you ask them who got the opening pick onto who, and who died?
Bomb located by attackers.
Just for posterity's sake.
The resolution got it.
That would be really funny. Frolix got it.
Oh.
Onto who? Who died? Oh, it was Slip. All right, cool. Thanks for your cooperation, players.
Naded me. He's not happy about that one.
I mean, it did, again, a Powerhaus opening that doesn't mean anything in the end. You'll suffer the consequences. I see.
Oh my god.
Damn. Oh wait, okay, wait. This is a theater hold. I haven't seen this in a long time.
And this is gonna help a lot because if Amnesty are able to delay this much without a buck on the side of Powerhaus and only a sledge, you have to wonder if this is going to be enough because they're going to have to pour a lot of utility onto this upstairs hold because you know that Powerhaus are going to want it considering the way that they've been playing. Rampage, however, half HP, and it's not a good start here as he simply does not seem to find the drone there. And, oh, wow, that's that, man. Speedy Gonzalez on that drone, I guess. I'm sorry, I'm just so distracted by the fact that he missed the drone 1,000 times. Regardless, though, Rampage, he hasn't been missing his shots regarding Clubhouse, that's for sure. Royal on the run out, though. Look at this. How has Kira gotten... Kira's inside of Hall of Fame, and I'm not sure what's happening in terms of the theater hold. I think it's completely open. Resolution and Prolix are going to execute onto site, and the full rotation back is going to be stopped by Prolix. Sitting inside, he'll take down 4, and now it's just up to Slip in a 1 versus 3. Diffusers are going to be denied. No, it's not!
Wait,
the
he didn't
shots
get
are
that?
gonna miss.
What? I swear to God, all those shots landed. I thought the Thatcher got down. So they did plant. Okay, that was weird. That was just a weird round, I guess. But Powerhaus find their first.
Yeah, they did it.
On round number 5. So we could still be looking at a 4-2 split. That's still possible for Powerhaus. If it's a 4-2 split, they're not out of the game yet. If it goes 5-1, though, like it did last map, that's a bit of a yikes if you're Powerhaus. But I mean, still,
Attackers need to locate.
if you can win this round, it's blue bar, sunrise bar. It came very, 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 very close. You know what I want to see changed? Prolix, if you're going to hunt people downstairs, don't face check your holes on ADS. That's how you die to Maestro. Or, if you're going to be checking your holes on ADS, do it with the SMG-11. We see so many times people get screwed over in the vertical play because they have an ACOG. Because taking fights with an ACOG through the floor just sucks. That's why Sledge has an SMG-11. Do it with that and just melt people. Don't let Rampage, you know, Burt into your head with the Alda.
That is a good point. I haven't really thought of it that way. I mean, it could just be personal preference, but yeah, if you are having trouble with the ACOG and your Sledge, that could be one advantage to Sledge whenever it comes to verticality. Obviously, the one disadvantage is that he can't throw his hammer up and do the magical thing that Buck does, but...
That is true. You can't Thor.
Yeah. Very sad. I hope that comes soon.
Yeah, next
Buff.
update, maybe.
Where you destroy the entire floor. That would be great.
Honestly, they could just balance it, just be like, yeah, you gotta go pick it up again. That would be okay. What? Why
C4,
is that a C4?
I guess he heard the noise of the entry and expected something. I don't know what he expected. Silky's going to take down Seal, so opening frag going to go on the side of Amnesty, and they've been hitting these a lot, these opening frags, and sometimes the one thing that's been really dangerous about these opening frags is that for Powerhouse, it's been barreling down into 2 opening deaths, and something that you have to watch out for, because that's really what's been winning rounds, is you have 3-man disadvantage, and the one thing is that Amnesty just don't slow down. They continue on their aggression, and they continue peeking wide.
This is also the 2nd round in a row that Silky has found Seal first. Hey, wait! But that's the round Powerhouse won. Maybe that's what they need. Maybe they need Seal to die, and that kind of awakens some kind of power in Powerhouse. Like Dragon Ball.
They got the power in the name.
They do, and their gorilla is their logo.
yes,
Resolution, though, speaking of which, finds Technith, but quickly traded out by none other than Silky. A 2K on the round now for Elysian, but they do take down the smoke. That's a good pick, and Prolix through the floor. There you go. That's how you play vertically. He'll get Rampage on the Maestro. Okay, you've lost Nomad. No air jabs is a bit of an issue, but taking down Smoke and Maestro, arguably the 2 most important anchors on the defense, is huge. And almost very nearly finding the Lesion, and he'll just... He swung into the pre-fire and lived. Okay, I guess it worked. Kira finds that frag. It's all up to Slip and Royal. Slip full HP. However, Royal on 1 shot, but he's playing close with this super shorty. The ADS will go down, though, to the EMP. And if Prolix still has nades, that could potentially be an easy find. Slip as well all the way in the hallway, watching the mudroom door. It's blue, though, to kill Royal. Out to 1v3. All up to the Jaeger. Powerhouse looking for this 4-2 split. The concussion will find Slip. Unable to connect with any shots across the bar. Trying to rotate back into Courtyard, but he is found by Prolix. A big round there for Powerhouse. Able to put up the 4-2 half. 2 rounds in a row so far. Will the momentum carry over to the defense?
Unlucky timing there. I saw that Slip wanted to peek the mudroom door, and the moment that he looked away, that was someone who crossed in.
Yeah.
Unlucky, but 4-2. I mean, this is not what you'd expect, to be honest with you. I expected a 3-3 or a 4-2 in the favor of Powerhouse, considering that they were on the attack. And meanwhile, while you don't have a buck, they definitely made the sledge work for the last 2 rounds. But yeah, I mean, it was like, don't forget, while we might have missed one of the rounds, Amnesty Gaming took 4 rounds in a row. That's gotta hurt, especially if you're on defense. And now that Powerhouse go on to the supposedly statistically more disadvantageous side, what's it going to mean here for Amnesty Gaming, who, by the way, also have a sub? We can't forget about that. And I mean, there's just a lot of reasons why Amnesty would have won that, just because, or lost that, just because they had a sub. They were on defense, but they're making it work. The aggressiveness is just working out so well here, and Powerhouse are not able to respond to it, because usually whenever they are playing the game, they're the ones that have control of the pacing of it. But right now, Powerhouse are playing a completely different game, where Amnesty are the ones that are pacing the game the way that they want to.
Yeah, and now, ow. And now it's Prolix top fragging for Powerhouse. He's 8-5, and currently the only man positive. He's been doing really good work for them. Maybe not all of his frags impactful, but they've been doing something. Technith on Amnesty, though, 7-3, along with Silky, 7-4. The sub doing really, really well for his team. And, I mean, I keep harking... dude, I hate those paintings. They bother me. Like, she's got her tongue sticking out. I don't like it. It's so weird. But, look at it. I hate it. But... this is where the defense is where Resolution got a lot of his opening frags and stuff. I think Powerhouse actually went down 4-2 yesterday, and were able to mount a bit of a comeback, largely due to Resolution and Seal really, really, really stepping it up on the defense. So that's what I'm going to be looking for right now. I'm looking towards those two, the Mozzie and the Jaeger combo, to try and make something happen, as it's also going to be the Valkyrie downstairs. You've got 2 C4s down there with the Jaeger to help out, and that's going to be something that Amnesty definitely are going to have to deal with.
Powerhouse allowing a lot of room upstairs, and Amnesty Gaming trying to choke them out. Slip gonna find Kira, so already an opening here on the side of Amnesty. And Seal playing extremely aggressively here. He's got 2 players on the doorway, but his location is very well known. Air jab will be triggered. That's going to be not the Jaeger, contrary to what the attackers might believe here. Blue and Seal getting aggressive, getting a few kills here, but all the way over from the hookah window. Seal's going to take a lot of damage now. Amnesty Gaming still continuing to hammer away at this hookah attack. And Seal will take down Slip. It's going to be a double kill. The hookah control will be given, but not given enough as Prolix is still inside. He'll find 2. And the walk in there from Amnesty Gaming just not going to work out.
How did he not get refragged? What was... Wow. That was weird. Coastline's been weird. But another round for Powerhaus. That's 3 in a row now. And, that was dominant. After they lost the opening pick, it was just... So far, all 3 rounds they've lost are rounds that Amnesty have gotten the opener on. And, hey, you know, if that's what you need, maybe just throw a body away on a spawn peak and then win the round, right? That's how that works. Kitchen Service is going to be the next site for Powerhaus, bringing Prolix on the Goyo. That is a change that we have not seen from either team in the past 2 maps, which is, I think that's also really important to note, right? They were bringing Wamai on Clubhouse. I'm really surprised there was no Goyo at all. I was kind of curious.
Yeah, and now Prolix is going to be bringing it here, and interesting to see if Powerhaus are actually going to, you know... Maybe this will be the way that Amnesty Gaming or Powerhaus take control of the pacing yet again. I mean, like we said, it's been all Amnesty Gaming whenever it comes to the pacing, but with a Goyo, you can slow down Amnesty quite a bit while also keeping your own speed up. The drone was right next to you, blind. Okay, whatever.
Don't worry about it.
Could just be like a one-eye tie, you know? Maybe. Who knows? Can't judge.
He's got 2 eyes in his name. It's still funny to me.
But he's only got one
I'm sorry, but it still is. But Resolution's playing in security. That's definitely a power position that they're gonna have to take, especially if they're going from the office side. But it seems to be a top-down clear so far. Players droning out VIP, droning out Penthouse, moving in through the bathroom hatch. There is no upstairs presence from Powerhaus like there was from Amnesty, so they'll pretty much be gifted all of that control. And there is a sledge in the hands of Slip, as well as breaching charges on Royal and Silky too. Wow. So, and the secondary shotgun of Jackal. So pretty much everyone on the lineup except for Nomad capable of soft destruction. And the fact that they've been gifted all this control with 2 minutes left in the round, there's so much work to be done upstairs.
I'm Kira's angry at everything, at the world. MC Gaming.
Those paper towel dispensers.
MC Gaming so far. I mean, haven't found the opening pick just yet. Map control still firmly in their hands, though. They've gotten all 5 up top. Still have to deal with Resolution, though, playing inside of lobby. Have they droned him out? I think the drone literally missed. They must have heard him at most, but I'm pretty sure the drone missed. Yeah, they absolutely know this. Resolution peeking onto the metal bars, and unfortunately the metal bars will win with Silky to find that frag, and lobby will be completely clear now on the side of Amnesty. Time is also an essence here, but Amnesty have got a lot of it here. 1:10 to be exact.
Did they see those bullet holes? I think they saw those bullet holes on the drone. That should be an easy pre-fire if he does move off that position. And they decide to take into that hallway. Technith is just walking into sight. Is he going to be stopped at all? There's one in Pantry, but he's looking at the ceiling. If Technith, just swing. Technith, swing! No,
You need to keep in mind it is the Aldo, though. The Aldo has 81 bullets, and it can absolutely turret through. And I believe the Aldo is also sitting inside a kitchen, not inside. Yeah, he's inside a kitchen right now.
Wait.
Which means that there's absolutely no control of service, and Rampage is going to start to go for the plant. This is a really good setup here from Amnesty. C4 is going to miss because they hope it happens right in front of the wall here. But the retake is looking really good here. Blue is sitting on the flank. He knows where the Jackal is. Cannot hit the shots. Headshot not going to come in play. Instead of an elbow shot, Seal going to take Technith, though. Rampage is sitting inside inside of security, or the different S word, service, and slip from behind will take down Seal. A really nice retake, what looked to be at least from Powerhouse, but the up top control was the one that won him that round this time, and Slip with a final kill. He will recover Amnesty Gaming and give them a round after Powerhouse had one of their own.
5-3. Does that sound familiar? Powerhouse should have probably had that round. No, they should have definitely had that round. With the pinch they had going on, they had 2 people moving in from lobby, 2 people moving in from kitchen, and they just lost their fights. That was unfortunate. So, Blue Sunrise is going to be the play now.
Defenders, protect your bomb.
From Powerhouse, moving on to the tertiary site. And
Attackers have located a bomb.
I don't know. Amnesty did a lot of work with that top floor control that they gifted them. I wouldn't be surprised if Powerhouse decide to gift it to him again, that the same thing happens. They've got Sledge, they've got breaching charges. Okay, no, they don't have breaching charges anymore. They have Sledge and they got Technith with the secondary shotgun of Jackal. And Amnesty have matched Powerhouse's aggression. And it's really been running Powerhouse through. 11-6 for Prolix though. He's top fragging the lobby. He's trying to make it happen for his team, but unfortunately, really, no one else is really stepping up. Meanwhile, you've got Silky on 8, Slip on 6, Technith on 8. It's really top heavy from Powerhouse right now, and it's unfortunate to see.
Like you said, I mean, this is deja vu. 5-3 again, Powerhouse on the back foot. What can be done? I mean, Amnesty Gaming are firmly in control of this. They're finding out Powerhouse's major weaknesses in control that have basically been an issue since Clubhouse. This isn't anything new. Powerhouse have a lot of holes whenever it comes to their control, and that time around it was Service. Service was a massive hole. I mean, everyone was playing inside of Kitchen, and they were being pressured from above. No one was watching inside a server. You can already see Amnesty Gaming wasting no time getting up above Resolution, though. The entry Meister gonna take down Rampage, and he will get the entry kill.
Okay, so Resolution maybe waking up. He hasn't had the best entry game so far this map. He's 1-2 now. Not nearly having the same opening impact that he did yesterday, but hey, an opening frag is an opening frag, and you take down Rampage on the Nomad. That's a big pick. That's air jabs off the board. I don't think that there were many placed, if at all, judging by where she was positioned. Maybe one, but oh, that's a slim angle. Nearly finds Silky on the Ella, but not cool. I don't know why I just said Silky. Nearly finds Seal on the Ella. The Gersmot comes out to cover her position, but Royal refrags Kira with the G8A1. Now the Jaeger falls. Kira not doing so hot this map, along with Resolution and Blue, all sitting at 4 kills apiece. And you see Seal trying to aggress back on the top floor. There's actually no one in hookah. If he wants to do it, he's got to do it now.
Nobody in blue
There's
bar
no one
either.
upstairs at all, except who was that? There's one guy upstairs. I think it's Slip. The cross though, not found. Resolution finds Royal though. The IQ dead. Resolution with a big 2K on the round so far, putting things back in his team's favor ever so slightly. It seems they're setting up for blue bar. Prolix has the gas grenades. He'll start sending them out towards the doorway.
Oh, this gunfight
Slow
could be huge.
He doesn't. He comes off the angle just in time. That's so
this
unfortunate.
This is a gunfight that's game winning. That was a gunfight. Resolution and Technic. That was a win. That was a game-winning gunfight, or a round-winning gunfight right there. Had Amnesty walked away, had Technith, the IGL of Amnesty, walked away with that kill onto Powerhouse, or I guess on Resolution of Powerhouse, that would have been the round completely taken away from Amnesty. But now, it's a crawlback here. Silky has just got to give up. He can't win the round here. Powerhouse this time around will find another round. Can they continue, or will Amnesty Gaming prove that they're the better team again? This is a close game, and it's only going to get closer.
Yeah, and 5-4. Is that look familiar? Actually, no! I lied! because
6-4, I
it was
think,
6-4.
last time.
It was 6-4 last time. Yeah, they got their 6th round before Powerhouse found it. So hey, it's different. Hell yeah. Hookah Lounge Billiards now going to be the defense for Powerhouse. They won this site last time. They won this site because the billiards push, the downstairs presence was quelled. The attacker's downstairs presence, that is. And then the push through billiards, they just tried to kind of walk in, and Prolix said no. He said no with 81 bullets. So, you know, don't die to roamers. There you go. That's how you win, Amnesty. Boom. Roll with it. That's my only advice.
Just roll with it.
Yep.
Like it.
Don't die to roamers. Don't die to the Alda. And there you go. You win.
Let's see if it is enough to take Powerhouse and propel them to victory, or if Amnesty Gaming are going to be able to come back. And there's one thing that really sets me off right now, and that's the fact that Powerhouse, at least on that double bar defense, were allowed to get away with so much. Amnesty Gaming had early control, and they basically pulled the Powerhouse. I'll say it, they pulled the Powerhouse where they got early control, and then they didn't really get much afterwards. I mean, the gunfight between Technith and Resolution was absolutely massive. That was really, really game winning right there. I guess round winning right there. And unfortunately, it was Technith to lose it out, and I mean, it snowballed into a victory from Powerhouse. And let's see if they can keep up this trend now. Amnesty Gaming already gonna start to get underneath right now. Oh wait, there's a player inside of security.
Yeah,
wait,
slow down. I was literally just about to ask,
seconds.
is Resolution in security?
It's Resolution. Do they know? They've droned him out. They know he's close. Resolution's location will be aware of too, the IQ. And they're just gonna leave him there behind the closed door of the air jab. Can he still do damage though is the question. He could still definitely find a long angle regardless of the air jab. We'll have to see. I mean, this could be massive if somehow Resolution could get through.
Yeah, like you said, this position he plays very, very, very often too. So, you know, you probably don't even have to drone that to know Resolution's playing that as Mozzie. But Blue and Seal are down there to support. Technith, though, picking up Capitao. No Wamai on the defense. No counter. Free fire, free smoke. And that's really what you got to worry about. Now that Cocktail player might feel the heat, as I believe Capitao's going on the rappel to try and fry him out. But it's Resolution to find Royal first. The IQ who was holding him security falls, slips.
Wow.
Melee hole is found as well. Rampage damage done from below, but Technith refrags Resolution at least, moving back down into office. So, things now slowing down a little bit, but Kira finds one. Technith will refrag on Blue downstairs. The Valkyrie trying to move in for the second C4 gets found out. Bakir's prepped with the gas canister. As soon as that push starts to come in, it'll get ripped. More delay to just quell the attack even more. Prolix is still up with the Alda as well, and he's on 11 kills. I mean, it's scary. You don't want to be peeking into him. The first firebolt comes out to cover Kira's position. Won't do any damage, though. The other firebolt on the double door. Plant starting to go down behind the bomb chassis, but the gas finishes it off.
Wow.
Seal taking out Technith on the rappel. It's a 1v3. Silky needs to clutch up in the next 30 seconds, or we will see a tie game 5-5. An impact nade going out, stuns to go on to Seal. He's getting that plant down. Or sorry, no, picking up the diffuser, just hiding behind the bomb chassis. I thought he was down crouch, but it's the pre-fire from Seal to find him. Powerhouse take round 10. We're at an even 5-5. Things already much closer than last map.
Fortunately, leaving it up to a 1v3 with a substitute, and he was not able to deliver, unfortunately, there. And
You said that so condescendingly. You're like, with the substitute. Oh.
God. Man, the sub.
Being a sub.
I just couldn't be me. Could not be me. But
yeah, you're a dom,
anyway,
right?
I'm a what?
Alright, I'm not gonna explain it. Don't worry about it. Ignore it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Crow, thank you so much.
You're welcome. It was a compliment, by the way.
Okay.
I know you don't know what it means, but I'm sure the people in chat will know what it means.
It's not that I don't know what it means, by any means.
Oh, okay, good. Alright, good.
Just I know baseball's not on, but you definitely hit that in kind of out of left field.
Listen, had to be shared.
I guess I mean, it didn't have to be said, but you know what?
No, it did. Kitchen
mean,
service, the next site.
You're a caster, you know it has to be said. Man, Prolix is struggling with where he wants to place this. So I understand why he placed it a little bit back, and if you don't know, basically the ADS of Seal is placed right behind that desk, and obviously it's a range thing, and this is kind of just for people who are new to Siege. Obviously most people probably know why the shield is placed behind the ADS, but yeah, basically he moved the shield. Yeah, congratulations, because you're a caster. I hope you do. But the reason why the shield is placed a little bit back is because the ADS will basically protect the shield from any nades. It's not a favorable position to put it. Obviously it's a little bit too far back for Powerhouse's liking, but in order to save a possible explosion, unwanted explosion, you place it back a little bit. Just a little bit of a lesson there. Wow, what is that? That's an angle.
Nice
and honestly,
angle.
I'm not even gonna lie. Oh no, Resolution, get back on it. Why would you not? Okay, Resolution was probably gonna win that gunfight. He would at least have won one gunfight, but he's just gonna completely forfeit it. Dang.
I mean, he got a drone. Yeah.
I guess.
Mozzie pests. That's great. But yeah, they're aware of it. Technith is watching it. The swinging comes in from Royal, and again, this is what lost Powerhouse the first defense of Kitchen Service. They gifted this top floor to them. Silky finds the opener on Seal, and they just opened up the entire floor, and there was nothing Powerhouse could do to stop the plant. And now losing the entry as well, Seal will go down first to, who was that? Oh, Silky. Silky's been really, really good so far for this team, despite being the sub. He's 9-7 on the Zofia. I mean, at least you'd hope he's doing well on a role like Zofia. Minute and a half left. Amnesty have plenty of time, plenty of map control to make this happen. Goyo shield's falling as well. The burning of the utility happening. And I don't know what Powerhouse is going to do to stop this attack.
What happened last time was Amnesty were able to get into lobby and single-handedly hold it off themselves. Resolution, though, he wants to make a play. The play is not what should have happened, though. You definitely don't want to be making plays this late into the round here, and Resolution's going to fall, and that lobby control going to be firmly in the hands... The Valkyrie, damn. Going to be firmly in the hands of Amnesty Gaming, and... Powerhouse, they have angles to contest it, but it doesn't really seem like they want to. There's still a player sitting inside of Pink Bar. He could be the decider, but look at this. It's the exact same execute we saw from last time. And by the looks of it, while you might have a C4 on the side of Prolix, are they prepared? Maestro Camera going to deal a little bit of damage here under Royal. You can hear it get destroyed in the distance, though. And now at this point, you have to force a push here onto the player sitting inside of Kitchen. Prolix missing the fact that there's a player sitting inside of the courtyard. They're just going to force it through the smoke here, but the player inside of courtyard's too strong. The positioning is too good. Silky's going to take down Prolix. He'll get refragged, though, by Blue. He could make a play, but no, the recoil's too great. It's going to be all up to Kira, and he can't do it. Amnesty Gaming are on match point, and unless Powerhouse can respond and put us on to overtime, we are on series point. And we are on Powerhouse's tournament point.
Yup, again, single elim. You lose one game, and you are shut out of the running. And it's 6-5 now. As you said, match point. Powerhouse need this round on Blue Sunrise to push us into OT. But, I mean, we might mirror the previous rounds, right? They won hookah, lost kitchen, won blue. Or won double bar. They've already won hookah. They've already lost kitchen. Maybe they'll win blue bar again. We'll see. A lot of that was down to Resolution's play in lobby. You know, that all-important fight against Technith that could have won them the round. He got a 3K. Resolution definitely woke up. Unfortunately, not having the same impact that last round. And, I mean, if Amnesty want to clean up, I think a lot of the reason why that round went in favor of Powerhouse is Amnesty split up when they probably shouldn't have. Technith, I would have liked to see probably help at least with the site push, rather than trying to flush out the roamer all on his own with little to no intel. But hey, I mean, this is Powerhouse's best chance to take it to, or really their only chance to take it to OT.
scary here if you are a fan of Powerhaus. I mean, this is it. It's do or die. Or
And then we got to go to
the
OT.
or maybe we go to OT. You never know. But for Powerhaus, this is like what, maybe 1 or 2 years of experience behind this team, all shut down by Amnesty on this tournament. You never know, though. You never know. We saw there's many situations in this entire world where you think you have something and then you don't. Powerhaus are one team that I know are not going to want to give this all up here. They're not going to let a little slip up. They're not going to let a little bit of a faulty kitchen service defense be the be-all end-all. This is going to be Powerhaus playing their absolute best until the very end. It is going to be an office push here so far. Resolution droned out in a very default position that he wasn't in before. Who's nearby but Silky on the Zofia, sitting really close, a little bit too close for comfort maybe. It's gonna be Resolution to lose the fight.
Oh, the rappel.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Slip
it was
getting
Slip on the rappel was the one who killed him. Okay.
Slip gonna get pretty creative and take down Resolution, and that's a huge opening as the blue bar wall will fall, and there's nobody in lobby to deny it because the bandit or the Jaeger of Kira is stuck inside a bathroom because Silky and Slip pushing now into lobby. Kira's gonna back off of this. He's gonna forfeit lobby. A blue execute looks like it's on the tables here, but Powerhaus are ready. You see, blue has a C4 prepped. Seal looking to challenge here inside of 90. He's got to be extremely careful. He's being flashed out. Oh, man, this is tough. He's going to be able to get himself back into sight, but he is going to go back for the aggressiveness. Gunfights here being taken by Amnesty. Its plans going down. It's probably going to get stuck. The player sitting inside of the courtyard hallway is going to win the gunfight. It's gunfight after gunfight going in the favor of Amnesty. And now Kira is on a 1v5 for the life of Powerhouse's tournament. Can he do it with the carbine? He's been one of the most experienced players in the Siege scene. He'll find one. It's going to be Silky, the sub, to go down. Prolix's going to be revived now. It's a 4 versus 2. The smoke. He has Toxic Babes left. He'll detonate one of them. But they can't do it. Amnesty Gaming, with each a kill of Royal and Technith, will shut down Powerhaus, and they are going to be victorious. We say goodbye to Powerhaus as they will go out with not even an explosion. I'd say a whimper there. 2 unsuccessful kitchen service defenses lead to way too much of a barrel and too much of a snowball effect. Amnesty Gaming are going to be successful 2 times in a row.
Oh, yeah. So, good night, sweet prince, to Powerhaus. Again, we saw the thing that was going well for Powerhouse on Clubhouse. Powerhouse, Clubhouse. Haha, hee hee. Right? The thing that was going well for Powerhouse on Clubhouse was their pacing, right? It was them being able to get in quick. They were playing super aggressively. There were a lot of rounds where Amnesty looked like in the beginning of the stages of the round, they couldn't handle it. Then moving on to Coastline, Amnesty completely changed it up. They flipped the book. They decided, hey, Powerhouse are going to try and take the fight to us. We're going to jump on them faster. And it was just aggression after aggression. Amnesty were wide peeking everything, just destroying at every turn. And it was close. Powerhouse had an answer back, a little bit of a better answer than we saw last map. But still things going in Amnesty's favor, and that's going to knock Powerhouse out of the running. Good night, Powerhouse. And that's it for game number 1. And if y'all want a little bit of an update, the unstreamed match, Carnage versus, I believe it was Untitled, Carnage came away with a, wow, a very dominant 2-0. Squash tells me it was a 7-2, 7-1.
What? Wow. That is unlucky. Well, Powerhouse eliminated with Untitled. 2 of probably the favorites in this tournament. They looked pretty sweet heading into this.
Yeah, where were they in
Untitled?
the standings?
Okay, you know what? Untitled. See what
sixth.
Untitled did. What Untitled did was just beat out more of the dominant teams, but unfortunately they were in 6th.
Oh,
yeah, and,
so that's both the 5th and 6th place teams falling now.
And the more predictable 1 and 4 advancing forward. Wow.
So.
What a shocker.
Wow. All right. So, I guess that's gonna do it for game number 1. Congratulations to Amnesty for moving on, and they, I believe, will play. Yeah, they play Carnage next, right? Yeah, they play Carnage next.
Well, that's not a game that we're going to be casting. As a matter of fact, we're going to be jumping into no, man, not Powerhouse. We're going to be
U90 versus DG. Upper 90 versus
Powerhouse.
Disrupt Gaming
Powerhouse.
are the next match. Stop crying.
I miss him already. It's going to be Powerhouse falling here to Amnesty Gaming. Really well played there to Amnesty, I will say. Upper 90 Esports versus Disrupt Gaming. Gonna happen in maybe 5 minutes. Give us some time.
Someone called Technith Sexy Nith.
5 minutes. Upper 90 versus Disrupt Gaming. Wow. What the fuck? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Upsurge playoffs here. We got the Rogue Conference coming up next, as we just saw the unfortunate, or I guess the Raven Conference, excuse me. We got the Rogue. I was right the first time. We got the Rogue Conference coming up next. So if you missed our first game here, the Raven Conference Finals, not gonna be here. We're not gonna be seeing Powerhaus there. It's kind of weird. You know, we are gonna see Powerhaus in the Raven Conference Finals, and it will be Amnesty Gaming to overcome them. They will be playing Zenith Esports, and then it's going to be Carnage Gaming to play Original. So, Powerhaus fell today, and they had a pretty decent run. They had a 7-4 on Clubhouse, and then a 7-5 on on Coastline, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Now they will fall to Amnesty Gaming, and maybe we'll have a closer game tonight. It's going to be Disrupt Gaming versus Upper90 Esports. If you are unaware, Upper90 Esports, they have completely reformed their team. It is Orion, Apollo, Kami, Vitae, and it's supposed to be Cybernetics, but Terp is going to be subbing in for them. And on the Disrupt Gaming side, if you have not been watching CCSW, it is going to be the female team of Maddox, Jahui, Fry Queen, Dope Girl 20, and Cammy.
Yeah, last time I saw Disrupt play, it was against... I already forgot.
Honor, 7-0.
Yeah, it was against Honor. They got 7-0 on me. So, wait, huh? What?
Oh. Okay, just kidding.
Why
Actually,
are they up 2-0?
We're not going to be jumping into this. Nope, we're just joking. Haha.
Oh,
Welcome back. Hi. Hello, everybody. Upsurge will continue very shortly, but Upper90 Esports, Disrupt Gaming. Let's talk about the teams real quickly. Upper90 Esports, like we said, having a complete roster flip. And their original roster was, I don't think they were looking too hot in the Rogue Conference. I could be absolutely incorrect, because obviously if you flip your roster, that means something is going wrong. They were 5th in the Rogue Conference, leading into this match.
What? That was weird. What was just on our parsec? But yeah, I remember the old Upper90 team too, right? It was Classy, Craze, Frenzy, Moose, and who am I forgetting? I'm forgetting someone. But they were having kind of a mixed bag in Upsurge as well as other leagues. So United decided to flip. So okay, so it's because U90 had 2 illegal subs. Technically, they have to forfeit 2 rounds to Disrupt.
Oh, yeah?
Unfortunately. So Disrupt will start with a 2-0 lead, and I think because they started with a 2-0 lead, that's why it skipped operator bans. So I'm gonna assume we're just gonna do that in their match chat, and just ask them what operators they want to ban. Who's starting on defense? It's Upper90 starting on defense, so they should get the first attacker ban. DG get the next 2, and then.
I didn't even know that's how it worked. That's interesting. I've never seen a league do that. Never seen a league do round penalties for illegal subs. Interesting.
But we'll see. Upper90 needs to get back in the lobby before we can do the bans, though, and we'll invite Orion and wait for Orion. Orion's a cool name. I like that name. Is he named after the Orion belt?
I mean, that is where the I mean, there's like a few things in pop culture that are probably named after Orion.
That's true. Like the Cat from Men in Black. You ever seen that movie?
No. I that's one thing. That's one of the things that I regret. I don't watch a lot of movies. I feel like I should.
I mean, neither do I, but I've seen Men in Black.
Maybe I feel like I've seen it as a kid.
Yeah, the cat's name was Orion. That was fun. It was haha. It was funny. But Orion's going to tell us that they want to ban Capital. So Capital will be the first operator off the board, and on console he does find a lot of usage. DG will now get the second attacker ban. What do you think, Thatcher? Yeah, okay, it's Thatcher. Yep. All right. Okay. Angry British man gone.
Capitao and Thatcher both very common bans. We'll say that much.
No, wait. Who did they ban on the defense?
What?
Because
No
DG get the first attacker ban, or the first defensive ban. Yeah.
Okay.
Pulse. That's cool.
Wow.
That's a cool ban. Thank you, DG. Now we have something to talk about, and Mira's gonna be the last. All right, screw you, Orion. But still, all right, that was rude. I'm sorry, Orion. If you're watching back, I apologize for that. But yeah, okay, that's cool. Pulse ban. We can talk about that. That's different. Pulse, as very, 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 very powerful operator on coastline, on consulate, consulate. I keep wanting to say
Yep, you're
coastline.
right.
Consulate lends itself to a lot of C4 play. And the fact that you can sit a pulse down in the basement and get intel on the top floor is huge. We see a lot of times he'll just kind of sit down in archives and just stare at the ceiling. And there's not a lot you can do about him unless you dedicate people downstairs to go hunt him out. It's just he's just such a good utility op or info op. He's got C4. He can help other people also get C4s. Now you don't have to worry about him. Yay. Interesting bands. Interesting bands are always fun. But it's going to be console office meeting room first for Upper 90. That's going to be their first defense on the top floor, taking the Wamai Jaeger Castle combo, as well as Mutant Mozzie. So, wow. You got utility denial, drone denial in spades.
So, I mean, got a very default setup here, to be honest with you. The Wamai, I'm interested to see where the Wamai does come out, because there is no Capitao, and you already have a Jaeger, so I don't know. I'm gonna wonder where the Wamai is gonna lend his utility. What I assume is that the Jaeger is gonna focus on getting nade denial inside of yellow, yeah, and then the Wamai kind of just doing the other denials, if you will, because Apollo with the Wamai can be really flexible with his ADSs. I mean, you could choose maybe to put all three on yellow because you already have denial on the side of Terp. And Terp, on the other hand, is a very flexible operator in general. You can see a roaming Wamai. You can see an anchor Wamai. So I'm interested to see how Upper 90 are going to be playing this nade denial.
Yeah, they've got a paper castle. Do they plan on playing around break room? Or are they going to have the Wamai play the Jaeger corner in admin? No. They're playing someone. Okay, they're playing someone in break room.
I was gonna say the Wamai probably shouldn't be placing any. I don't feel like a Wamai magnet inside of or near printer is gonna be really that helpful, because you have to keep them really, really far away from you, and obviously the Wamai magnets drag the nades towards the magnets. So like if you throw a grenade, maybe if you want to throw a grenade in through printer into break, where are you going to really put the magnet, you know? You got to put it in a place where it doesn't destroy anything, and that's really difficult to do, especially in such a close quarters area. But the ADS just destroys the grenade completely. Just doesn't go off, you know? That's why I feel like the nades. That's why I feel like the Wamai isn't going to be playing nearby that area. But as a matter of fact, not even Apollo is. Apollo's on a very, very, very far roam. Gonna be interesting to see what he's gonna do in terms of disrupt gaming's attack.
Yeah, so nice pun.
Thank you.
I always appreciate those.
I've been
a stack up right now on the console
years.
window.
Casting for 2 years. Been waiting to say that.
Are you serious?
No.
all right, good. Fry Queen is cutting off the mute, but the C4 not gonna find her. Unfortunate. Kami, a little bit of waste utility there, but shoving the sludge off momentarily. And you see the stack up outside the console window. There are 3 people out on the rappel, just sitting there waiting. A smoke will go out, and Kami finds the opening onto Terp, as well as Dope Girl now swung in. She'll try to get that diffuser down. Fry Queen cuts off Kami. The C4 though from below. Orion will deny. Diffuser now not planted for the meantime. Orion finds another on Fry Queen. The rappel player on yellow goes down, and because yellow control is retaken, he gets the player on top of console planting. Maddox is denied, and now it's just Kami and Jahui. Can she spot the foot? Almost spots him. Will finish off the castle. Back down to an even 2v2, but it's a triple on the round for Orion. He's been doing everything in his power to stop this diffuser from going down. Cammy, gonna be the next to swing in. Will she be denied by the Mozzie? She'll take a heap ton of damage for it. Down to about 70. Down below, he rotates. He knows he's got C4 holes to play off of. Pings as well. And through the floor, can he get 4? He'll get the quad kill on the round. Only 42 seconds left. Jahui now the next to swing in, but denied from the desk. It's Upper90 to win round 1 with Apollo finishing us off. And it was all down to that yellow control from Orion. Perfectly played on the Mozzie. Will gift them the top floor defense.
If you are just tuning in, Disrupt Gaming get an extra 2 rounds. Again, a very interesting punishment, to say the least, but I mean, you know, it's not my decision. So, because of some roster... We're just casters. Please
we don't do
that. Yep. So because of that, it seems like Upper90 are trying their hardest to just almost make sure it never happened, as if equalizing it out now. And a huge round from that. I mean, Disrupt Gaming had a pretty solid rush to begin with, but because of their lack of map control, I mean, Disrupt were just denied from all from all sides. Upper90 were firing on all cylinders, all C4s. There was, I mean, obviously Orion underneath going absolutely massive with a 4K. So really well played there to Upper90, and we will see Disrupt Gaming have to attack downstairs.
It was literally all because Fry Queen died on the rappel. Fry Queen dies on the rappel there, and Orion gets complete control of yellow stairs to just use those holes in the wall to deny the desk plant. Had Fry Queen gotten the kill, no denial of that diffuser, at least not yet, and Orion doesn't pop off and get a 4K. So, a little bit of unfortunate timing for Disrupt will result in a round loss, but still they hold the lead. And now it's the basement defense for Upper90, typically the secondary bomb site, or primary, just depending on the team. And they've got Thermite, no Hibana this time, so a good, good switch off there. But they're gonna have to deal with an Ella on Terp playing in bathroom, and if he's okay, he doesn't have the shotgun, so maybe a little bit less of a headache. You don't have to deal with the FO12, but still, it's gonna be tough dislodging him. What they do have going for them, though, is no denial on the walls. Dopeco can just immediately put those exothermic charges down and get panels 1 and 2 for free. So.
Upper90 already beginning with some pretty early aggressiveness, or sorry, disrupting, excuse me, some pretty early aggressiveness onto the Visa offices, and they also have top floor control. Upper90 interestingly deciding not to forego the challenges that come with holding the 3rd floor. Instead, you see Terp playing inside a piano, and that's the lone roamer with a shield and ADS setup, completely locked inside of bathroom, with only 1 hatch separating him from life. Jahui looking to challenge onto this as well. They have players from above too. So, getting Terp out of here, it's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take a lot of utility. But Disrupt have to act fast, and so far with a rush inside of sight, they have shown that they're a pretty quick team, and see if they can capitalize on top of this. Cammy inside of piano, and Terp really aggressively peeking on the shield. It could honestly be the aggressiveness from Terp that, bids his ending. We'll see if helps. You can already see, look at this rotation coming in from Vitae and from Apollo. Both are positioned in a way to maybe get Terp's refrag or to even retake the advantage. Vitae's going to drop down into Spiral and run around right around Jahui's crosshairs. That's really aggressive here, and we'll see if Vitae maybe walks it back. Yep, that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to just stay or go back downstairs. Okay. Upper90. So far, I've been stalling Disrupt out completely, though. Terp is still inside a bathroom, and there's still a roamer on Apollo to also deal with.
Yeah, Apollo, though, not spotted out by Jahui, as he is behind the pillar. And you heard the thermites going down super late as well. The position now known, but missed shots in the flank from Spiral. An excellent double play there as Apollo finds Maddox as well. A 5 versus 3 as the wall being opened late from Disrupt might bite them. That stall out upstairs was huge, but Dope goes getting the plant down right under the yellow stairs, but it's being pressured. Wait, 2 frags for Cammy! Amazing cover from yellow stairs on the G8A1, and that's going to gift the diffuser plant down. The planter herself will die. Cammy trades her out, but still, it's a post plant on Garage. They can hold it from outside. The C4 not going to find anything, but Fry Queen and Cammy are still upstairs. This diffuser going down. There's nothing to counter. He's sticking it. The refrag found by the Maestro. And for free, it's Kami to get the stick. Upper 90 win their second round miraculously as there's just a 0 cover on the diffuser. No one outside the breach. And Fry Queen opening up that floor way too late. And because they didn't find the roamer upstairs earlier in the round, you saw them trying to watch their back, and there was too much going on for them to account for. And that early presence not quelled bites them. And it's just no cover. 2-2 now. The advantage DG had has completely slipped away.
My, oh my, what a retake from Upper 90. Disrupt just kind of getting a little bit too head over heels there. They really thought that they had the upstairs presence and that was going to help them cover the diffuser. You saw Dope Girl. I mean, I'm surprised she honestly got away with that plant, to be honest with you. And Cammy was perfect on the lineup there, getting the double kill. But then they just kind of forgoed the rest of their control, and they relied way too much on the top floor. And honestly, I think a little bit of incompetence can be sprinkled into the reason why Upper 90 lost that. Or Disrupt lost that. Why am I getting confused? They're literally two of the most different names ever. But, I mean, Upper 90, they were just... Disrupt's lack of... What even happened? I like, honestly... Disrupt Gaming had the cover down. They had it. They had Upper 90 locked inside of the site. And yet, whenever Cammy lost control of yellow, which by the way she forfeited, once she forfeited control of yellow and went upstairs, I guess it was that mid-rotation that kind of threw them off because they expected Cammy to Cammy was kind of supposed to be the lone way that the diffuser was covered. And while she was mid-rotation, Upper 90 took advantage. That's the only thing I can really think of. Other than that, Disrupt's lack of cover.
Well, because there was a gas grenade. I think she had to rotate away because of the gas from...
But she could have watched from top yellow. She could have watched the diffuser from top
true.
yellow. Oh, no.
Slammed. Well, I mean, she's down to low HP, but...
Still, I mean, losing your Maestro. Almost losing your Fia. Two very good utility operators, but now Orion doesn't have control of his Maestro cameras. But the good thing about Maestro is that you can still have the intel. It's one thing that you can't forget, even if the Maestro falls.
Who was on the Jaeger last round, by the way? Was it Vitae?
Yeah.
I just forgot.
So, speaking of Vitae, the lone player sitting inside of site, relying on the rest of Upper 90 to have control off-site, and for that to be the lone denial here of Disrupt. You can see 3 players now positioned outside of Piano in some way, but Vitae is going to be playing as passively as possible on this. Really smart move from him is he's got back control. The one thing that Disrupt have to worry about is the back control of Upper 90. Usually, if you're Disrupt, what you do is you start to attack above and kind of pressure this back hold, but maybe they just haven't gotten to it yet. Vitae, what the heck is Maddox doing? The execute looking like it's coming out from Disrupt, or at least a little bit of control. Turf gonna find 2. What the heck has happened? Another Russian repel. It's not gonna be as successful as last time, as Kami, she'll find 1, but she'll fall immediately after. Apollo with a double kill, and Turp with a double kill as well. Disrupt Gaming. Wow, what the hell? Nice shot there from Apollo. Disrupt Gaming losing 3 rounds in a row. That advantage that they had, gone like the wind.
Whew. Now trailing. Another failed rush. And right, it's down because DG are going for these rushes. They don't take a lot of map control beforehand. And it's the lack of map control that's allowing all the defenders to rotate back and crush them when they make their entry into sight. It's really disheartening to see every single attack come down to a rush of the site. So we'll see what they do here. Last time they all tried to repel in. It almost worked, but again, no map control, no downstairs control. Apollo C4'd from down below. Or sorry, not Apollo, because I was looking at him on Mozzie. Orion downstairs on the Mozzie. C4 from below, denied plant, retook yellow stairs, killing the player on rappel, and that was 2 more easy denies. So, just DG.
10 seconds
Just roam clear. Roam clear, get the control, then you can rush site. You can't rush site and expect to win it every time.
For sure. I mean, they used that 2 repellins that just really didn't work. I mean, last time they were able to get the plant almost, not even get it down. They got the diffuser at least on the floor, if that helps a little bit. But
yeah,
last time that piano that was just crushing by Upper90. They just completely demolished Disrupt Gaming, and hopefully it doesn't happen again. Hopefully they start to slow down just a little bit here, focus on map control instead of their extreme rushes, and hopefully we should see a little bit more of a contested battle, because Upper90 so far have been looking like they're on the upper hand with 3-round victories in a row. Round number 6 gonna start off here with admin control. Not being contested this time. Nobody's going to be playing inside a break like last time. No rotations coming on in. And Maddox is going to make quick progress here. Turpin spotted her out, though. Oh, this is going to be quick here. Turpin's going to lose a gunfight, however, against Maddox. To his dismay, the Zofia will still be alive. Once again, low on HP, but regardless, still alive.
Yeah, a good opening frag, and that's what my dead too. So the discs no longer in play. No more regeneration of them either. And I gather that's kind of the risk you run with a Wamai, but they've still got the Jaeger too. So doubling up, you know, it's not too much of an issue. And Apollo finds Cammy downstairs. Jihui will refrag though. So the Mozzie not going to make as big of an impact here as they did last round. Of course, it is a different player on that role. Able to find one, but that C4 no longer on the board. It's also jammed by Kami. That's going to be confusing. Cammy. Okay. Kami is now jammed. As well, taking out Fry Queen. Those Hibana pellets will not activate on the wall. That
He wanted it.
Did he just kill Maddox through Kami's body? He just okay, new bullet penetration in effect, I guess.
I'm pretty sure the
did he shoot
TCSG
before he crossed?
No, I think the TCSG, one of 2 things happened there, because I know the TCSG is a shotgun, so it technically doesn't go through bodies like sniper rifles do. But I think what happened
but
is
I thought they changed it for the slug too, and it affected the boss G in the same way.
Maybe. God, if I know. I
think he downed his teammate and shot Maddox in the head through him. All right, that was confusing, but we're down to a 2v2. Jishui's Nomad charge won't go off because there's an ADS. 30 seconds left, though. They have a bit of time to try and make something happen, but the default cam is still up, and that's spotting out the position of the Nomad as well. Dope Girl trying to make her entry into sight. Jihui, though, does find Orion on the Goyo. That's the TCSG down. It's all up to Vitae on the Jaeger. Can he make it happen? Jihui, though, very lit up and is the only one covering. Plant going down from Dope Girl. And he can't find it in time, but he'll take out the planter. A 1v1 now. Jihui's on the cross, very lit up. She's got to be careful. She can't risk too much of an aggressive engagement because one bullet from the 416 will bring her down. But Vitae has a bit of cover. She can't fire through the desk. She doesn't know. She's going to have to rush.
Wait.
The bait, though, from Vitae. Can it work out? He will down her by long desk. And it's the 1v2 retake from the Jaeger to win their 4th round in a row. And despite DG holding the advantage, they haven't made anything happen to it. And they'll go down 4-2 at the half.
What a play there by Vitae. And if we're technically speaking, based off of rounds that were actually played, that was a full sweep that half. Disrupt did not win a single round by play. Still doesn't mean that they're out of it. But 4 rounds in a row on the defense, it's to be expected. But in a dominant fashion like that, granted the last round was a little bit closer, Disrupt not looking too hot. Starting off on our first map of this best of 3. They're going to be on the defense, though. The more advantageous side, statistically speaking, on Consulate. Will they be able to translate it into a victory? We'll have to see. It's going to be an upstairs hold default, very standard here on Consulate. You've seen it multiple times now, basically in your entire Siege career. What's going to happen differently, though? Upper90 on the attack. Disrupt have looked really scared whenever it comes to map control. Is that going to translate on the defense?
I hope not. You cannot be afraid to roam on Consulate.
Yeah. I agree.
There's so much that revolves around your off-site presence, especially now that you have a Valkyrie, right? One of the things that makes Consulate very unique is the amount of control you can take without even having to enter the building. And that's why Fry Queen's taking the Valkyrie. Valkyrie is so powerful on this map because she's really the only operator that can help counter that control. By taking her, you know, you can throw cams outside, get a little more intel on where the attackers are playing, and that's why you see so oftentimes on Consulate, people just fly out the windows like monkeys constantly. So, there's IQ on Orion, though. If he's doing his job, he should be able to spot out that Valkyrie. And it's a nade from Apollo to find Cammy first, and despite the Jaeger playing there, it's still a frag grenade to find her. That's yellow control, now forfeit.
Terp gonna find Jahui as well. 2 opening frags on the side of Upper 90. That's not a good start that you absolutely want here. Fry Queen gonna be forced out of connector as well. Gonna be forced to play inside of meeting. Thankfully to her life, nobody is going to be playing inside of Suicider. I guess the more PG way of saying it, projector balcony. Fry Queen will go down though inside a projector. Dope Girl is now going to be the only one on site as Maddox is all the way across the site. She'll have to rotate back safely, and I don't think it's even possible. It's all up to Dope Girl on the site retake until Maddox gets back. And will she get back in time? Diffuser goes down. It's a flawless round so far, but as I say that, Dope Girl will take the head off of Apollo. And Maddox on the flank. It's successful so far. 3 versus 2. If Dope Girl can find this gunfight on Terp, it could be absolutely massive, but Fry Queen might just get revived. They might be able to even this out on the retake. Absolutely massive. Still underneath is going to be Maddox making her way up yellow very passively. This could be an absolutely massive flank here. She is up yellow. No one is watching her cross. Orion Kuhn's going to take down Dope Girl, though. And in comes the Nomad right into the hands of Maddox. Immediately refragged, though. Nice shot there from Vitae. And where's Fry Queen? But underneath, trying to claw her way back into sight. But she has reached the point of no return. It is going to be Upper 90 continuing to win 5 rounds in a row now. Amazing start here, good execute, and unfortunately Disrupt are nowhere to be seen to contest this hold.
Vitae was the one who got the plant down, right?
I believe so.
And the fact that he was alive after the plant went down with 2 C4 operators on the board is not great.
Not ideal, no.
Yeah. They're going back upstairs, though. They feel confident they can fix their mistake, but after 5 rounds in a row, man.
5 in a row.
Things are not looking good. Well, if you're Upper 90, they're looking good.
Oh, yeah, if you're Upper 90, they're looking hot. But
Just like you.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Someone finally appreciates my my beauty.
I've always appreciated your beauty.
A bit creepily, but yeah.
Yeah.
Upper 90 so far. I mean, they've been... Disrupt have been staggering, just to say the least. The way that Upper 90 kind of flushed Disrupt out of connector, I feel like is what really won them the round. I mean, you saw Disrupt were not allowed to play inside a connector whatsoever because there was somebody playing top yellow. And let's lead on to the next point. How did they get top yellow so quickly? How?
The Jaeger died.
How?
By a frag grenade.
How?
You have a Wamai and a Jaeger. Yellow is not supposed to get fragged out.
I'm glad that you're putting 1 and 1 together. I'm pretty sure it's pretty obvious to see. Cammy this time is going to give it up, though. She's not going to allow herself to die out this time around. Nade going to come chucking through in following up. And it already, Upper 90 establishing a little bit of dominance here. They've already flushed out the player sitting inside a connector. Here's a jump out, though. Maddox will find Vitae. She doesn't have a safe rotate out, though. She'll be immediately refragged. Was it worth it is the question. You've lost only your Habana, and to be honest with you, not a lot of hard breach utility needs to go down upstairs, especially if you're going for a downstairs rotate. Regardless, you still have 2 C4s on the board. It's not looking bad for Disrupt, but look at this overhead view. There's nobody inside a connector. The only person who's able to contest inside of CEO is Dope Girl because Cammy is stuck. If somebody gets on the connector rappel, Cammy is going to be stuck there the entire round. Dope Girl is going to be the only one that will be allowed to deny that control inside of CEO. Speaking of, by the way, outside of CEO sits the diffuser. Nobody has recovered it just yet. Orion's going to take down Fry Queen, though, as they've gotten now underneath control. Upper90 now need to start to work their way up. Hopefully recovering the diffuser now. Maybe. I don't know why the icon... Okay, Terp has it. I don't know why the icon wasn't there, but whatever. Terp now with a diffuser. Jahui, what is... Jahui goes massive all of a sudden. She'll take down Orion and get a double kill. What the absolute heck has happened? The flank is going to work out here. It's a 3 versus 2 now. 2 versus 2 up on site. If Jahui can rotate back in time, this could be Disrupt's first round, technically speaking.
Yeah, I mean, this is their best chance so far. Other than, well, their best chance on the defense. A way better chance than it was last round. Terp and Apollo, though, still full HP. Jishiwi's lit up. This could easily go back down to do a 2v2 if she does not play this carefully. Cammy wants to swing on yellow. There is the Nomad position there. Buck is downstairs. So, still pretty spread out. Buck will go on the console rappel, though, it appears, as the Nomad pressures yellow a bit more. 27 seconds left. They'll have to make something happen soon. Peeking down in connector, won't find anyone. There's no one behind that shield either, but I don't think the Buck knows that. It's hard to kind of see through those slits. They know there's someone spiral. The swing in comes. Will the player by bathroom deny? He's lit up but not finished off. The player connector stands up, has no clue he's there. It's 2 for Upper90. Only one more, and they know she's in bathroom. It's all Cammy. Terp now getting the plant down. Apollo's lit up. The cover can easily be found, but no, she'll whiff. Finally down him. It's a 1v1, but Terp's full HP. The ping's coming out on him as well. The pistol cannot find its mark. They know he's behind the desk. Cammy has the pings. The question is, does Terp know? He knows now after the pre-fires, but through the wall! The Nomad finds him! And Terp and Apollo clutch out the 3v2 with the plant going down. 6 rounds in a row as they put themselves on match point.
We have just witnessed 6 rounds in a row from Upper90. Disrupt have only found 2 rounds because of a rule, right? We know that. Yep. So technically speaking, Disrupt have not played and won 2 rounds. They've not won a single one. Upper90 are showing that their control game is so much better than Disrupt. I'm so surprised that Disrupt lost that. Cammy was in a really good position to clutch, and albeit she did a really good job almost finding the final kill, but it's not enough. Upper90 are 1 round away from shutting down Disrupt on Consulate. And if we look at the map bans, we can take a look at the map ban. This is Upper90's map. It is.
Yes.
Theoretically
but it
shouldn't
be.
It shouldn't be like this. But theoretically speaking, we're going to Consulate or Clubhouse. Disrupt Gaming. They have the attack on Clubhouse after this map. That's not easy. And speaking from Upper90 winning 6 rounds, and the fact that Upper90 just have been stealing away Disrupt Gaming's control of the map almost every single time that they play this round. And on a map like Clubhouse, which is all about control, what are we looking at, Crow? But probably an Upper90 advantage map on Clubhouse, just due to the fact that map control is in the hands of Disrupt, or of Upper90 whenever it comes to this map already.
And not only that, but the momentum, right? Essentially, coming in to a map already at a disadvantage has got to suck. You got to be like, well, you know, that kind of sucks. They just got 2 rounds for free. What the hell? But then you win 7 in a row? You're essentially 7-0ing them? That's huge. And going into Clubhouse, DG's got to be like, bro, we had the advantage. We had a 2-round advantage coming into this, and we couldn't even connect 1, despite having... They have the advantage when it comes to opening picks. And they just have not been able to turn anything into a round win yet. It's Upper90 showing that they can control the map better. They're better in the clutch. And the momentum.
It is going to be Upper90 already making their way into the map so far. Disrupt Gaming deciding to go downstairs. They have Jahui playing inside of bathroom. She's going to be the kind of boss battle on the 2nd floor. She doesn't have a lot of assistance around her. It's just going to be her upstairs. And last time Turp was able to do it, he was able to deny a lot of time. But look at this. They've actually left one of the walls soft, and that's going to allow for Turp, if he finds it, to get the angle here onto the mute and pressure her inside of bathroom. Kami's going to take down Fry Queen, so elsewhere the entry going to go in the favor of Disrupt. Refragged, however, by Maddox on the smoke shotgun. Oh, Jahui missing the shot there. Unfortunately, Turp was just way too fast. He'll take down. Actually, not missing. A few slugs did indeed hit, but Turp will end up getting the kill in the end. A minute remaining, and Upper 90. 2 kills on the board so far. Make that 3 as Apollo takes down Maddox, and now it's just up to Dope Girl 20 and Kami. Oh no! Dope Girl will steal the kill on the Turp. Oh, that's just not a way to go out.
Kami's also lit up. The Evil Eye could find him too.
Possible,
And
yes.
You've also got to remember, okay, it's a 2v2. The wall is not completely opened up. You have to go against the Alda and the TCSG. And Cammy's been pretty good so far. Cammy's been finding her shots. The nade to come into clear pipes won't find it. Actually, it'll light up Cammy, who's actually positioned down there. She gets finished off by Vitae. And the Maestro can't do anything behind White Van. And that's...
It's over.
That is... it's... The Hibana just sprinted in and sprinted back out. Okay.
7
Wow.
rounds in a row. Let that sink in. Not a single response from Disrupt Gaming. 7 rounds in a row. I'm blown away. Upper 90 just storm in with this excellent map control. I don't know what to say. Gunfights being won by Upper 90. I mean, they've been so aggressive, and the aggressiveness has been doing everything to help Upper 90's attack.
Yep.
And I can hear you. You're throwing your notes into the garbage can because this is not what any of us expected.
Yep. It's just, there's no point. And, like, there's nothing in my notes that would even convince me that DG are going to make a comeback on Clubhouse. Every round that they had the advantage, they threw away. They threw away their lead. And it was just Upper 90 coming out of the gate swinging. The confidence in the gunfights at the end there too. They knew they would win. And they pushed in. And that's just what they did. That was also Disrupt Cho's attack. And didn't win a single attacking round. So.
This is going to be interesting. Moving on to Clubhouse. Disrupt have the disadvantage of the attack. Statistically speaking. I always want to make sure I say statistically speaking because you never know what can happen. This could be Disrupt blowing our expectations away this next map. But still, Upper 90. If we're going to talk historically, if we're going to talk statistically, Upper 90 have one of the most huge advantages I think I've ever seen in Siege Esports ever. This is momentum, this is scoreline, this is side. On Clubhouse, they have defense. They have 7 rounds in a row to back them up on Consulate. And Disrupt, man. Their map control, they're just not looking as solid as we thought that they would. Disrupt usually have some pretty decent map control. Upper 90 have either been capitalizing or just ripping it away from Disrupt time after time after time. And it doesn't help that Upper 90 are absolutely crazy whenever it comes to gun skill. That's just the cherry on top.
Yep. So we'll see what happens on Clubhouse. And as utility heavy and as what am I trying to say? As defender sided that Clubhouse is, as Orion flirts with Kyle in game chat. Kyle, you have a .8 KD? What are you doing? I just lost my train of thought. As as utility heavy and as defender sided Clubhouse is, we see if a team is just better when it comes to taking aggressive fights and is just way more confident and just wins, it doesn't matter what side they're on. They come away with the advantage every time.
Right.
And if you're DG, you got to be saying to yourself, these guys have now just outclassed us 7 rounds in a row. What do you do?
Well, I mean, we'll have to find out. Disrupt Gaming.
You boot up Kovac.
We'll go to map number 2 here. Clubhouse gonna be in play for Upper90 and Disrupt Gaming. We just saw 7 rounds in a row from Consulate on Upper90 side. Will Disrupt Gaming be able to respond to this on their map pick? And while it might not be their favorite side, will it be enough?
I certainly hope so. As Upper90 will get... Okay, Apollo. As Upper90 will get the first ban. Maverick off the board. Maverick going to prompt a Thatcher now played every single round. Unless Disrupt decide to get rid of the Thatcher, which they won't. They'll keep it and opt for Capital instead. So Bandit going to be likely played a lot more than Kaid. Okay. Caption goofball. All right. Mira, Echo, actually. Okay. Echo off the board pretty much all the time. And then Mira. Unless it's not Mira. Upper90 could always just not ban Mira. But it'll probably be Mira. It'll probably be Mira. It's going to be Mira.
Yeah.
Also, Jazz, you never heard of Konosuba?
No.
Bruh.
I'm not a big anime guy. I want to be one, but I'm not.
No, you know that annoying... Or no, you know the tiny wizard girl that blows herself up?
I can't say it, dude. I'll be honest with you.
Alright. I'm just like, even if you don't know anime, like, it was super... It was circulated. What's her name? I don't even remember. Megumin? I don't remember. I don't know. People were talking about anime in chat, and my... Kyle, do not press enter. Okay.
So, Disrupt Gaming. They're gonna have to attack Church Arsenal. I don't know if they're expecting this. You can see the double hard breach. It works on basically every single site in this game, so or in this map rather. So it shouldn't be too surprising. But the Ella is interesting to me. I wonder where Apollo's gonna play, because an Ella can do so many different things. You have Kami with the deployable shield, so you could stick her behind some random area. You could have her be roaming. You could have her be playing aggressively in secret. You could have her be playing aggressively in blue. There's so many things that you can do with an Ella, and there's so many things that you can't. It's weird, watching an Ella play in terms of map control. You never know where you're gonna stick your Ella, because she can do so much, but there's some other things she can't do, especially given her recoil. She's a very close quarters operator, so you can't have her playing maybe to hold the long angle from church to central stairwell. You can't have her doing that. But regardless, let's see what happens. Maybe Apollo found some secret trick with the recoil. Maybe she's busted, and I don't know it. We'll have to find out. Let's see. Just something I wanted to just point out. It seems like she is going to have a bit of a roam setup as she is placing her Ella mines and running her way upstairs. She's also got Orion with the mute jammers. Supposedly, I would assume upstairs as well to help her out there. Actually, you have Terp as well. It's going to be a really aggressive upstairs take here for Upper90. We'll see if Disrupt are going to respond to this.
Yeah, I would assume... Oh, no, it looks like they're just... Are they just prepping for a rush? I mean,
like
they might see the roam presence and be like, you know what? We see your roam. What if we just don't? You ever have that? You ever have those moments, Jazz, when you need to deal with something and you just don't want to? As that nade will... I don't know what the hell happened to that nade, but it's not going to go behind the generator. That position still in the hands of... Who is that? Smoke? I think, and it'll get ADS as the blue hatch will fall. So, it appears Disrupt Gaming just don't want to deal with that roam. Or just going to completely ignore it for now, but they're taking a long time to entry into the site, as Jihui will find Vitae to start us off. the Maestro down first. That's a pretty big pick.
Oh, Maddox. You gotta watch what you're doing. There's so many holes
so
around.
many
How is she
people.
allowed?
Okay. All right. Orion finds Maddox. Jihui and Cammy will also fall. And it's a 4v2 now. I would also like to point out of those 7 rounds, 4 of those opening picks were DG. Maddox with 3 of them. And at least... Oh.
This has been an interesting
That was the oil
start.
pit Claymore! That's the most obvious Claymore on the map! I itched my nose. I see.
No, that's a Terp thing to do. I'm not surprised.
Oh, do you know Turp?
Terp, the absolute buffoon himself.
I see.
He's the one that runs into the oil pit claymores.
Would you even call him a cretin?
Maybe.
C-R-E-T-I-N. You never heard cretin? You ever heard that?
I've heard it,
you absolute buffoon. You cretin. You moron.
I thought you
never
cretin.
seen that?
That was pronounced cretin.
Is it? I've always heard cretin. This round is slowed down significantly, if you can't tell by our banter back and forth. It's a 3v2 though, still in Upper90's favor, and that is going to completely cut off Dope Girl from dirt. Fry Queen at least finds Apollo, but they're stuck upstairs. Dope Girl is just gonna sit there, I guess, in dirt and wait for the smoke to clear. The drop from Fry Queen does not work. Orion finds Dope Girl. Actually, I mean, it does work for now, but she's likely not gonna get anything off of it. Dancing around the shelves, not able to find the kill. Upper90 will win the first round on time.
Almost another 4K there from Orion, but it's a 3K. That'll do, I guess. You know, whatever. But wasn't an ace. Wasn't a 4K. I'm disappointed.
I can't believe you, Orion. Well, was he on smoke
highlight,
smoke?
definitely the highlight play for me that entire round was Terp eating that Claymore. That was pretty incredible plays there from the Jaeger.
I feel like I'm demoralized for DG.
It does suck. This is the 8th round out of 14 now, or out of 8. This is the 8th round of 8
Yo,
played
wait, what?
rounds.
What were you talking?
I don't know why I said 14. Shut up. This is the 8th round out of 8 played rounds that Upper90 have won.
Yep, and they look to be keeping it rolling. Okay. I don't understand the dirt push. Well, okay.
It
I don't
wasn't that
understand the dirt push
was
that late.
Yeah, no.
Like-
That's the one thing. Like, dirt pushes can come at any time, really. If you're too early, you might get picked off, and you might not have a lot of control late game.
But there was a smoke on the board, and at that point, it was just like late dirt pushes exist, but like that was just way too late. And when you only have 2 people left, and you're the diffuse, was she carrying a diffuser or was it Fry Queen?
It was Fry Queen.
Okay, it was Fry Queen. All right, then that's not as much of a cardinal sin, but still, like that separated you two. You couldn't play for a refrag, and the smoke just completely shut down that push. I mean, like, if you're gonna go for a late dirt push, or like a dirt push at all, put the exothermic charge down like as soon as you spawn. Don't wait until there's 20 seconds in the round. I don't know.
I just feel like the dirt push came in lieu with other pieces of map control that were needed.
Yeah.
And that just came down to that really just came down to man count at that point, or I guess woman count. that would make more sense. But the general term is man count. It has nothing to do with gender. Please don't sue me. That's just really what it came down to. Aggressive peek here from Vitae. It'll be met by Fry Queen's bullets. I believe he was watching the angle. Not able to walk away with the kill, but it'll at least scare Vitae off better than damage dealt to the attack here. To scare off Vitae. And now Vitae might just be extremely predictable, because now they know that Vitae is going to be on the flank, and Disrupt could meet that with, you know, a flank hold. We'll have to see. Disrupt Gaming have opened up the CC wall this time around. Was it soft? It looks like it's soft from my end. I don't know why. Okay, no, it's not. I don't know why. It looks soft for some reason.
You're tripping.
No, just the really low placement of that thermite charge. Just kind of weird. Oh my god.
Oh no!
Terp
With a hollow?
Terp is eaten up. This time it's not a claymore, it's a head. He'll take down Jihui. He wants it. He wants the victory right now. Nice shot there
With a
onto
hollow.
Jihui with the hollow, ladies and gentlemen.
Who does that?
Who but Tarp?
Okay. Well, opening frag. And there's a minute 7 left in the round. All they've done is open the wall. Nothing else gained. They're just now entering into construction with a minute left in the round. They have a Thatcher at least on Cammy. They've got Dope Girl and Fry Queen still with the hard breach up to try and open construction wall. Question is, who's that sitting right next to the wall? Is that Maestro? Does Maestro have impacts?
Yes.
I
Oh, you
would
mean
assume
like?
so.
Oh, you mean like? Does Orion? I don't know. I don't know if Orion has impacts on him right now, but there's no impact
Yeah.
except regardless.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Where's Apollo? Apollo's bottom red right now is the Vigil. He can come up for a late flank should he choose to. Actually, no, he's going to rejoin his team. Okay, Dope Girl's outside the breach right now, repelled, and Turb will find Fry Queen outside the server window. Maddox at least refrags Vitae, the push coming in, but failing. Maestro finds her. Dope Girl at least refrags Apollo, but still a 3v2 as Turb will heal. Dope Girl stuck outside the breach. Cammy finds one. 2v2, but they're very separated and lit up. The breach player will fall. Cammy's on 1 HP, has to collect a fuser. 2 seconds left. Finds the dock, but unfortunately can't make her entry into sight, and that is 2 rounds in a row off time.
And if you're still keeping score, still chalking down. This is Upper 90's 9th round in a row.
Yep.
That is crazy. That's demoralizing. And if something doesn't change from Disrupt, who have been losing so many players early on whenever it comes to their execute. Disrupt's execute so far on average has had probably about 2 people alive. I remember specifically there was the one time that they were playing Consulate, it was a 2 versus 3 Disrupt won for their execute. Now, for the second time on Clubhouse, Disrupt won for their execute with 2 players and didn't touch site unless it was to die.
Yep.
That tells you something. Disrupt. That tells you something. Disrupt Gaming have not had enough map control to really justify an execute. And yet, after
That's
2...
what was happening on Consulate.
And now it's happening on Clubhouse. And Disrupt have about 2 minutes to go for their map control. And they just seem to, like, love to lurk outside of the site without pressuring Upper 90. Upper 90 have been so comfortable whenever it comes to playing on site. You've seen them be extremely flexible and take gunfights that you usually wouldn't take if you are on defense. Because usually whenever you take those gunfights, your IGL is going to tell you, no, don't do it. You're not a hero. Don't make the play. It's one of those plays that should usually be punished, but it's not. Disrupt Gaming are instead being punished for not being able to punish Upper 90.
It's like the lack of punishment is punishment in and of itself.
Punishception.
Yeah, that's a good word. I mean, it's not a word, but it's a good expression, I guess. Do they reinforce cash and leave?
I'm out.
Like they, okay. I don't know. Okay, Turp's going back over, opening the wall with the super shorty so that Vitae can cross on the doorway. And that was a bit of a missed opportunity from Disrupt. If they had droned that out before actually opening that wall, they would have seen that there was no one in cash and just probably walked in and taken free control. The peek from the master bedroom window nearly finds Jahui, as Vitae will aggressively take that fight. And I mean, Upper 90 are they're throwing caution to the wind right now. They know that they can win these fights. The quick peeks now on the window, looking for the head. I mean, it's at perfect crouch height. If he keeps going for it, he can probably find it. The bandit now setting up for the trick, as they have yet to clear the wall, a minute 37 into the round. The castle barricade will finally go down, so Orion can no longer bandit trick. Taking the fight against Huey won't find anything as the breach goes down at the hands of Dope Girl. And now a minute and a half in, Jacuzzi has fallen. No cash control though, and no picks.
One thing that you can compliment Disrupt on is that they have some pretty decent drone work, and that's going to help them out. But the thing is that they're not really capitalizing on this. And, well, you know what? Just shut me up right there. Maddox is going to fall to Apollo sitting underneath. Unfortunately, the P. I mean, that was just gunfights. I don't even think that that's really Disrupt's fault. Just really well played there too, Apollo. A nice little read there.
If anything,
But now
it was Apollo's
Disrupt.
fault.
Disrupt have a lot of map control, or at least they should know. But look at this. I mean, if you look over at the cache side, there's absolutely nobody playing there. There's a Thatcher sitting nearby, but I don't think she's pushed deep in enough. Like she doesn't have that map control. As a matter of fact,
Yeah,
she's leaving. So it's going to be a full gym execute here. Is it going to work out here, given the fact that Upper90 have this much control of the map? We'll have to see. Kami going to be challenged here inside of stock by Cammy. It's Kami versus Cammy here. See who wins the gunfight. It could be a really big game decider as well. Terp's going to take down Jahui in the distance, and it will be the Thatcher to fall. Like I said, a game decider. 15 seconds remaining. It's a 5 versus 2. Guess what? 2 people are alive on the execute. Who called it but me? It's a flawless round from Upper90.
Who called it but me?
A flawless round from Upper90.
What the hell?
And
Even
ladies and
he's
gentlemen,
confused.
ladies and gentlemen, we have hit double digits. It is 10 rounds in a row for Upper90.
This is kind of painful to watch.
I never expected this to happen. Yeah,
Neither
District
did
had
I.
a 7-0 against Honor, but that was a different team. Honor are a really, really good and very aggressive team. And, I mean, that's just kind of the Canadian or the French-Canadian way, but a very good and aggressive team is countering Disrupt Gaming. And that's the thing. Disrupt Gaming are not able to counter this aggression. That's probably what happened against Honor, and that's probably what's happening right now against Upper90. This aggression is just not being thwarted whatsoever. It's not being punished, not being even challenged. And Disrupt Gaming, they're running headfirst right into the crosshairs of Upper90. It's literally a case of just giving Upper90 what they want.
Have I really been calling? Is it really Prolix and not Prolix?
It is Prolix, yeah.
You
And
know
I'm very
how long
sad.
I've been calling? I have been calling him Prolix since last year, and I have not been corrected.
I feel like
Prolix. You can tell me I'm saying it wrong, and you're gonna wait.
I feel like I disrespected him. That's probably why they lost their game.
Prolix. Oh shit. Oops.
No, I had to slip up too. It's fine.
That's
Upper
true,
90.
that's true. We're 1-1.
Hey, but my slip up was better. Anyway, we'll stop talking about slip ups. Upper90. They're gonna have a very similar setup to what they had last time around. Apollo this time was gonna be playing on the Alibi, an interesting pick, but see if that ends up working. Turp and Orion
What
are
if we see the Kanto fade away?
the Kanto fadeaway.
Yeah. Jumping over garage rafters, turning around and finding a head in cache, or in server.
Imagine.
Oh, never mind. They already have control of cache. That's no fun. But Maddox is going to take the early engagement against the Jaeger of Terp. 50. Wow. Exactly? Exactly 50 damage done to Maddox. None returned onto the Jaeger. Apollo and Terp right now just on the duo roam, yet to be shut down, and that's a minute in. However, the attack at least does have control of the entire opposite side of the top floor, as well as construction. So they've got a decent amount of map control to try and make this little roam go away, unless Cammy will not start pressuring from the window. The Jaeger, however, is positioned behind the mattress, so there's no pre-fires to be found. Cammy, interestingly, running the AR-33, a bit of a rarity, I'd say. A lot of people tend to prefer, but as the vault comes in, Jahui and Apollo exchange words. That's Apollo with the last one. Jahui will fall, almost finds the double, will light up Maddox some more, but at least trade it out. Cammy as well finds Terp, so there it is. The roam shut down from Upper90. Yes, they lose Jahui on the Zofia, but, I mean, you traded 1 for 2. That's pretty damn decent. However, a lot of time off the board. They've wasted nearly 2 minutes trying to find this roam.
Oh,
Maddox! What? Maddox is a knower! Orion
she shuts
falls!
down Orion! It's a 4 versus 2! Guys! Disrupt has the advantage!
Win!
Disrupt
This is
has
their
the
best
advantage!
chance!
Is this it? It's gonna be an execute down here in through the kitchen hatch. You have Dope Girl sitting inside of dirt. But look at this. It's gonna be Vitae to challenge this. He's really running around with like a headless chicken. I mean, He's trapped. He's stuck. He's got players sitting inside of the kitchen hatch. I'm not sure if the hatch is open, though. He's playing so aggressively right now. He'll take down Maddox. The very low HP player will fall. Hatch will go open. It is closed. I thought it was open. I guess the impact trick did work out there from Vitae, and now it is going to be a 3 versus 2. The execute's coming out here. Cammy, excuse me, on very low HP. And here comes the drop. 15 seconds remaining. Fry Queen. Dope Girl gonna take down Cammy. It's gonna be a trade. It's a 1 versus 2. Vitae's on a clutch situation. He'll take down Cammy. Fry Queen's gonna hop up the defuse. Is it gonna happen? It's a bailiff. Is it gonna win out? No. But one.
Let's go! Finally!
They did it!
It took 10 rounds!
The curse is broken!
10 rounds?
Gaming!
And the Maestro, you know how much that took? It took a Maestro running out of ammo for them to win a round. Holy crap! I'm speechless.
A Maestro running out of ammo. What? How? What?
I can't believe we would live to see the day where Maestro not only had to take out his bailiff, but also reload it and lose the round because Maestro was mid-reload. But Disrupt have finally broken the 10-round streak held by Upper90. And it came down to a 1v1 from a 4v2. I'm gonna be honest. As happy as I am for DG that they finally got around, I ain't feeling the comeback. Gotta say.
You never know, this could be a 3-7, but yeah, I mean, Upper90 regardless. But the very exciting round there, Disrupt really had the upper hand that entire round. I mean, it was a 4 versus 2 by the time Disrupt were done clearing. So even though Orion rotated back off into sight while he was, after he was roaming, he still ended up falling. So technically all the roamers fell. Really, really well played there to Disrupt to clear that out. I mean, there's nothing else to say about that. Excellent clear from Disrupt. Now they have to do it 6 more times. Will it happen? We'll have to see. Maddox already inside a secret. He has Apollo and Turp playing inside a garage. You'll see Apollo on your screen drop down into oil pit. I'm not sure what Maddox is necessarily doing there. I'm not sure if she wants to prep a nade maybe, but the wall will fall as no bandit trick or Kaid trick is going to happen. Just a simple mute jammer. So, Disrupt. The pacing is in their hands. They've gotten open the CCTV wall. Now it's time for Disrupt to start working on other sides of the map. Maddox and Apollo both put into basically the exact same HP here, as they will exchange shots, and none of them going for a kill. Maddox making her way, and she knows the danger of the red stairs. She's gonna start to work her way against the dock. Unless that is Orion. I think that's Orion. The intel has to be there, though. They know that Orion's sitting underneath. That is the dock there of Turp. They know that Maddox is sitting underneath. The nade's gonna come soaring through. It is going to be Turp to go down. Just one more nade needs to finish him off. Here it comes. Turp is down. Garage is going to be given to Disrupt Gaming. The opener once again in their hands. Excellent control. They're starting to storm their way in through Garage. It's going to be an all Garage execute here for Disrupt Gaming. Nobody is there to contest it. Vitae is a little bit far off here, but he could make a play. We'll have to see. He's making his way inside a lounge while the rest of Upper90 start to work their way to kind of flex around Disrupt Gaming's attack. But here comes Vitae. Quick as a lightning bolt, wanting to make his way over to this garage. He'll fall off after shots getting exchanged his way.
He's reloading.
Again. Disrupt Gaming. Apollo back on the rotate. Upper90 are prepared for this. Maybe. Vitae is now inside of oil pit, trying to challenge up into garage. Fry Queen is on default plant. This could actually happen. Dope Girl has great cover as well. The Maestro Cam is going to attack Fry Queen, but he's still going to get the defuse. Jahui is going to fall. Kami on the C4 will take down Fry Queen. You've taken down 2 players inside of sight, but you still have cover. No, you don't. Cammy will fall. Maddox going to take down Vitae. Orion will find the finisher. It's going to be a 2 versus 3 now. Upper90 on the retake. Dope Girl is in such a good position to deny this. He'll take down Kami. He'll take down 2, and it's just going to be up to a 1 versus 1 once again. It's Apollo's turn. The other Italian operator, Maddox underneath. Who's going to win the engagement? Apollo's on extremely low HP. Here comes the Vault and Apollo looking to make a hero's play. Maddox has read into this, though. She just has to play safe. SMG-11 will win it out. Disrupt will find another round on the attack here. 3-2, looking to equalize here on Clubhouse.
Who'da thunk? Is that the power women hold? The power to make Maestro reload?
I don't know where you're coming from with this. I won't lie.
It's just an observation. I've never seen Maestro reload that many times in one game. Twice now. But that was a really good post plan, too. They knew the positions they had to play. Maddox falling downstairs was smart. The player outside the rappel, I mean, she picked off 2. That's all you can really ask for. She got traded out, yeah, but at that point, damage done. It was 1v1 post plan. No coverage from the defense onto the planter either. The C4, way too late. Excellent capitalization from DG. And hey, still early, but maybe we might see the turnaround as they go down back to Church Arsenal for their final defense of the split. And I don't know, I'm seeing a 4-2 half. Just because of how the first round went and how astronomically close their most recent Church Arsenal defense was. I can see the 4-2 unless DG make a significant change attacking here.
Yeah. And I mean, Disrupt, they're finally waking up. I mean, they had 2 very excellent attacks with the roam clears, with the covers. Granted, they did come down to 1 versus 1s, but I'm going to say it for the first time ever, Disrupt Gaming are now winning based off of map control. The fact that Dope Girl was able to get a double kill inside of CC, and the fact that Maddox was under the diffuser means, I mean, it shows preparedness from Disrupt. Something that we haven't been seeing is map control, and they definitely showed it the last execute. So, props to them. Will they be able to continue is the question, as Upper90 on the downstairs defense. Pretty favorable for them. But that is where we saw one of Disrupt Gaming's wins. Let's see if it works out here. They have all 5 players downstairs this time around. No roamers to deal with here. They're going to try and stick all 5 downstairs and run into gunfights on their territory.
Yeah, you can see them clearing upstairs, making sure that there's no roamers like there were last time. Maddox playing long angles all the way through kitchen to make sure that there's no quick counter to the vertical play. But there's no roamers at all. Everybody's down on site. Maddox will continue to use Sledge's utility on the floor. Careful of that position that Orion was playing the previous time as well. That I'm not sure how they must have had a drone on that or something, or Maddox like quick peeked it and then peeked it again. As you see, Cammy positioned to try and assist whatever hard breacher decides to come her way on opening the moto hatch. There is a Kaid tricking it. That's going to be Apollo on that roll, but if they double up with the EMPs, there's nothing that that Apollo will be able to do. There's 1 EMP, there's 2. That'll clear up the Electro Claw. Moto Hatch is forfeit, as Apollo is actually, wow, those pre-fires not hitting him. Curiously running the AUG rather than the TCSG. But, you know, I guess it's personal preference, sort of. I don't know why you would run the TCSG, because that thing's a freaking monster.
I mean,
Flashbangs to go out.
It's getting nerfed, so you might get used to the AUG, maybe? I don't know.
True. It is getting nerfed. I mean, but still. It's still a 2-shot, like, down. But the impact trick gonna find its mark. Only 1 exothermic.
Wow.
Wow.
And the impact trick.
Wow.
Cherry on top.
Excellent Maestro play from him, looking to make up for the failed clutch. And Kami drops in the lobby, and we've evened back out. Unfortunate. Hopefully he gets back before the next round comes through. Jahui, actually, that was your generator player. That's kind of... Ooh, that's huge.
Once
so now,
Jahui figures this out, at least, or at least whenever she challenges it, she'll be able to make her way down blue and play a pretty powerful position. You can see, I'm not sure if Apollo's looking the right way. Oh, Jahui's made her way in. She'll take down Terp, but all eyes are now on her. They know she's right there. Where's Apollo? Is Apollo still... Okay, Apollo is looking inside of blue. We'll get the refrag. It's a 3 versus 2. C4 will drop Fry Queen, and now it's going to be a double kill here from Apollo. She drops a diffuser. Actually, no, Kami has a diffuser. Kami has a diffuser. I'm not used to that, but Vite will get the refrag regardless as Kami takes down Ryan Kuhn, but it's not enough here as it is going to be a 4-2 split. Disrupt had a 2-round sort of lead there. They had a 2-round comeback, but we will see Upper90 Esports as they switch on to the half. They will take round number 6.
So stopping the 2-round bleed that they had to DG, and after that was dominant up until the very, very, very end there. A good holdout on the drops, as we are going to have a rehost because Kami cannot reconnect in time. So when we come back, it'll be 4-2 at the half for Upper90, moving on to their attack split. Oh yeah, good thing we don't have to do any round differential stuff because it's the new half. Yay, that should be easier. Do you want to try and milk stuff, or do you want to cut to a break?
I mean, personally, my throat's kind of in need of some water, so we can talk about it a little. We can talk a little bit. There's a lot to learn here. There's a lot to unpack here from Upper90 and Disrupt Gaming. I mean, first of all, first thing is Disrupt finally waking up. Their map control has been on top, and they've finally decided that they want to take the map. And you saw how they single-handedly won every single gunfight onto the roamers upstairs. And granted, you had lost one at that point and turned it into a 4 versus 2, but a 4 versus 2, I mean, that's not bad at all. So we'll say Disrupt definitely stepping up now. They are going to be on the defense here of their own map. That means that they finally have the advantage. And now that they've found 2 rounds on the attack, they can kind of relax a little bit. And, well, not exactly. They still have to keep in mind, they lost 10 rounds in a row. So Upper90 are still a scary beast that they always have been. And Disrupt, it's not all said and done. Yeah, you've won 2 rounds on attack, but you still have defense. You still have to worry about a new half. You still have to worry about a new Upper90 playstyle.
Yeah, and it's still, I think when it comes to just the straight up gunfights, Upper90 are still kind of taking it. But I'm just happy it wasn't a 14-0. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, whatever happens, at least they've got rounds. Bans were Maverick, Capital, Miraco. You're welcome, Kyle.
Let's talk about differences here. I feel like that's one thing we need to worry about, is the difference between what happened on console and what happened on Clubhouse, or what is currently happening on Clubhouse.
Oh, I know a difference.
What is it, Crow? Tell me the difference.
They won.
Hoping you would get a little bit more into that. But you know what? You're right. You're not wrong.
Yay. Do I get a cookie?
Nope.
Oh.
You gotta jump back into the match.
Oh boy, even better.
So, we'll jump back into Clubhouse as soon as we get our R's, but let's talk about Disrupt Gaming and Upper90 now on Clubhouse. The one thing that separates what we saw on Consulate and what we saw on Disrupt was a lot less, I want to say, sporadic attacks. Disrupt Gaming just really were running around like headless chickens for basically half of this game so far. So, now that that's changed, now we've seen Disrupt kind of establish themselves a little bit, get a little bit more control, and kind of move their way in to this game and establish themselves a little bit more. We're seeing them get a lot more map control based off of this. They aren't repelling in like there's no tomorrow. They're not exactly just going balls deep and just going in blind. Now they understand what they're doing. They get the map control. Oh, yeah, Disrupt Gaming going to be doing something a little bit different here. They're going to be going upstairs into a tertiary bomb site instead of going to your primary.
I would say that's a little ballsy, but, you know.
I mean, you never know. It could just be the change that you need. Just a little bit of a switch up.
No, the joke is... Okay. No, it's okay.
All right.
It's okay, Chaz.
I'm so confused. Alright.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Just look at the group chat.
Yeah, no. Okay. Alright.
I'm glad this is your reaction.
Uh,
But a very standard operators coming out from Disrupt Gaming. You've got the castle for the cache hold and for the gym bedroom windows and doorway. You got Jaeger because why the hell would you not run Jaeger unless you're insane? Fry Queen, add a bit of extra intel to the miscs along with Dope Girl's Evil Eyes. Maestro, you're also going to be taking pretty much every round is available. And Cammy working on the jacuzzi wall for as long as those castle barricades stay up, as well as bathroom should she need to fall back. But on upper 90, we've got double hard breach. We've got Apollo on the buck for the nades. We've got Kami on the Zofia, as well as Orion on Thatcher. So very standard from both sides. Fry Queen, oh, she's doing the dirt thing. She's gonna go do the dirt punch hole thing onto the jacuzzi.
yeah. We'll see if it works. I mean, there's no one there just yet. It seems like they're going to be focusing all guns on the cache side of things and go for a cache push. And it's a little bit difficult because usually you have CCTV while either... Oh, Kami. Already an opener all the way over from construction window. And oh my god, make it 2 openings. As Terps takes down Jahui. Well, I was going to say that there's going to be a little bit of difficulty because you have to use a piece of hard breach utility on the CCTV wall.
Guess
but
not.
It doesn't even matter. I mean, they're going to use it
There's an evil eye there?
This is,
There's an evil eye there in a bulletproof cam, and... Okay, alright, well... And... We heard Fry Queen's entire magazine go off. And Orion still gets the frag. That's unfortunate! Yeah, Jaeger, you screw over that Thatcher. It's about the small victories at this point, as it's a 5v2. Dope Girl and Cammy the last 2 alive. Orion lit up is really the only thing going for them. Upper 90 have plenty of health, plenty of utility, plenty of drones, importantly as well. As Dope Girl and Cammy are pretty separated through the Logi rotate. You don't want to be swinging that in this situation, and it's a 5v1. Ace clutch situation here for Cammy with 1:10 left in the round. Diffuser is planted by Vitae. And things not looking good for the Bandit, and that will be flawless from Upper 90.
Their second flawless round of this clubhouse game. And definitely not a good start of the half. Disrupt Gaming looked pretty good moving into the second half as they finally got 2 rounds out of, what, 5? No. I was about to say 14 or 15. I don't know why I went for 5.
They have now won 2 rounds out of 12.
I don't know why I went for 5.
Or it's 2-12.
I saw the 5 up top, and I was like 5. Yeah. I'm gonna say 5. The 10 out of 5 rounds. That's that's jazz math for you right there.
I see. I thought jazz math was just 4/4 time.
Was what? Sorry.
4/4 time. You know the timing of jazz, because jazz is usually played at...
Oh, you know, I haven't been in jazz band since like 4th grade, but thank you so much.
Why is your name Jazzman?
Because my last name is Jassam or Jassim. It's like people say Jassim, it's Jassim. I hate my last name, but I turned it into a little bit of a jingle, Jazzman. You know. I also did play trombone. Yeah.
That is okay.
And my profile picture is a saxophone. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. It makes perfect sense.
Do you know how to tell when a kid at the playground is the child of a bad trombone player?
A kid at the playground is what?
You know when you can tell a kid's the child of a bad trombone player. Do you? It's because they can't use the slide and they can't swing.
Oh my god. I'm gonna lose it.
Fry Queen's on a roam, along with Cammy. We got a duo roam going on so far for this downstairs defense, but Jacuzzi Wall is going to be opened up by the Buck, and that's a lot of pressure felt by the Jaeger. Drone coming out from Apollo as well to confirm the position, so they know exactly where the Jaeger was recently positioned, and Apollo will likely just be holding that angle from outside so they can't rotate down main stairs. Now that is a power position that Cammy will have to retake if she wants to go back downstairs, but okay, Apollo will fall off it and gift the free rotate to Cammy, oddly enough. Fry Queen, though, now alone on that top floor. And you see a pinch coming on. Kami on the other side, positioned towards Cash. Apollo outside the breach, but still not holding the rotate. Will gift it to Fry Queen, too. So the roam now delaying a minute 20 seconds with no bodies found. All right.
Good clear, though, from Upper 90s. They will be able to at least establish themselves upstairs and completely know that everything is free and ripe for the taking. As Apollo already starts working his way up with the skeleton key. And the rest of Upper 90 establishing themselves inside of blue. Cammy, though, getting a little bit angsty inside of Secret. Now I'm wondering what she can do there, because she's got a claymore to her right, and if she can take care of that, obviously it can be a really good flank. But even if, they'll be able to hear it most likely. Let's see if Cammy will capitalize on any sort of situation, or if she's just gonna wait in case anyone decides to walk in through Secret. Either way, she could have a huge impact here as Kami, I guess the counterpart to Cammy, making his way over to Secret. As the rest of Upper 90 getting some pretty quick progress. It will be Cammy inside of Secret to overcome Kami, and she'll rotate back very wisely. Not going to take any extra gunfights. Not going to make herself known anymore. She's going to rotate over to Oil Pit. Wall will fall here, and oh, indeed, Flashbang gonna flash Dope Girl, though. That could be massive. I'm not sure if they know. She's just eating all the flashbangs right now.
What they want? Vite! Look to your left, man! And she finds another on Orion! The Alda coming alive! Fry Queen onto Apollo! Fry Queen on 2! A flawless round for Disrupt to answer the previous 2 in a row! And they've got 3! What the hell? They've got 3! That's more than they were gifted last map, and this is actually coming off of play, which... Thank God, because this is actually Disrupt's map pick. If they couldn't find more than 2 rounds, I would be very, very concerned. But they did. So we're okay for now. A good holdout by the church wall there, as well as the Valkyrie pushing out into long at just the right time to catch the Hatch player, as well as the support of the Hibana coming into the flank. Now it's a 5-3 lead, though. Upper 90 still wholeheartedly in the advantage of 2 rounds.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
CCTV Cash will be the next. And this site has not been played yet, as they went Chimp first, for whatever reason. Bringing the Wamai, as well as the Jaeger and the Maestro. So, a little bit of that utility absorption meta coming out from Disrupt. Fry Queen still hard sticking this Valkyrie. Maybe the intel coming in handy throughout these rounds. She's been doing pretty well with that MPX. Oh, she did pretty well with it the first round. Or last round. She didn't do well with it in the previous. She sprayed her entire mag at Orion. Couldn't kill him. Eventually getting turned on. I don't know. Upper 90, they're still only 1 point away from match point. Map and match point.
We talked about this during the Powerhaus Amnesty game, and I'm going to talk about it again. Your playstyle completely changes whenever you are on match point or match point is against you, because you have to play perfect. Disrupt Gaming have had their flaws. It's all led up to 3 rounds now on Clubhouse, though, and they've definitely shown that there's a wake-up call. We all have our flaws, exactly. And Disrupt Gaming overcame them. What? Okay. But Disrupt, they've overcome themselves. You know, they now aren't really fighting against themselves. They had, for God's sakes, a flawless round, something that Upper 90 have been delivering to them. So now, if Disrupt can keep rolling this ball and delay either, and I said this again on the Amnesty Gaming cast, either you can delay the inevitable, or you can make it happen. Either way, it's going to be a very, very close game. Upper 90 are still in the advantage of 2 rounds. They have to play perfect. Disrupt Gaming have had their flaws. It's all led up to 3 rounds now on Clubhouse, and they've shown that there's a wake-up call. We all have our flaws, exactly. And Disrupt Gaming overcame them. So now, if Disrupt can keep rolling this ball and delay either, and I said this again on the Amnesty Gaming cast, either you can delay the inevitable,
Oh,
prevent
no!
it from happening. Kami
was-
or Cammy gonna fall. Wow, that's just a lot of explosions there. A nade, an X-Kairos, and an exothermic charge, and finally an impact from the Zofia. Maddox will fall as well, and we're looking like we're just gonna delay the inevitable. It is gonna be option number one. We said the exact same thing. What?
She got the wrong wall.
She did. Yeah, yeah. I know.
was so
I thought you were talking about the
sad.
thermite. Dope girl, you take down Turp, though. And it is going to be a 4 versus 2. Upper 90. They have control of the map. Dope girl has to make her way back up red stairs as careful as possible. She doesn't know the ground around her. Fry Queen going to rotate back into Cash now. Reviving Maddox. It's a 4 versus 3. Upper 90. Playing a little bit passively, and it's going to allow Disrupt to regain themselves here. They have now 1 C4 on the board and Alda. And they have Maddox as well. Is it enough to take down Upper 90?
Yeah, you've kind of like, I don't know why Upper 90 stopped their push. Now they've allowed DG to recollect themselves and gifted them that time. They're taking Garage Rafters though. That's good control with Maddox positioned for the construction run out. If she times this correctly, she can take out Apollo or Vitae. Vitae looking to make his way in, now gonna put the breach down on the garage doorway. Zofia stun's coming out. Vitae finds Dope Girl as well after triggering the exothermic charge. We're back to a 2v4. Maddox very lit up. Will hit the run out as Apollo finds her teammate and can't find anything. They know exactly where she is. And that's the cleanup. Upper 90 will take their CCTV cash push. And now they're on map and match point looking to send DG home in a 2-0.
This might be the final time that I mention it, but I talked about it at the beginning of the round. Match point, you either delay the inevitable if you're Disrupt Gaming, or just wait for it to happen. And now it's happening. They've delayed enough.
Cash again.
And they have to be perfect. They have to be flawless. They have to be absolutely amazing if they want to at least tie 3 rounds. It's a lot to ask for, especially with the way that Upper 90 are playing now. But now that they have maybe a favorable site, this could be what they need. Let's see if they can propel themselves against Upper 90 to basically meet them at the 6-6 scoreline, or if Upper 90 are going to shut down Disrupt and end their run in Upsurge.
Yeah, DG are going... I mean, they're looking like they're going to be sent home in a body bag. Upper 90, just every round, or most of the rounds Upper 90 have taken this map, too, have not been close. That round, not close. At all. It was 4 people still alive. The only frag was Dope Girl on Maestro, taking out someone downstairs. And from there, it was Upper 90 with all the control in the world. They'll try holding on to Garage Rafters again. We remember how well that went last time. Hint, it didn't. But I mean, Disrupt now, the fact that they're down 6-3 means they have to achieve a perfect site rotation. If they win here, that's all well and good. Church Arsenal unlocks. They win there, that's all well and good. 6-5, and they have to go to Gym Bedroom. Gym Bedroom, they got flawless. So, things still not looking great.
See Upper 90 already. Once again establishing themselves. They know that nobody's underneath, but ooh, the angles. I love it from Dope Girl playing inside of Rafters. There's a player now actually rotating up into Lounge. It's going to be Jahui, and speaking of, we can talk about her a little bit more. She takes down Apollo. The buck is going to fall. Nade's completely lost on this attack. That's a huge kill there by Jahui, whether she knows it or not.
Yeah, as well as now a lot of times, right, we see the buck position themselves in stock where he was to try and make work on the ceiling above him. Maddox not flushed off the wall. Can she get the bandit trick in time? Nope. The breach will be opened. Unfortunate for the bandit. She'll fall off, at least get away with her life. So, I mean, man-count advantage still in Disrupt's favor, but Upper 90 have time on their side. Orion now cutting off the breach. Kami downstairs. Vitae downstairs. Terp on the Hibana. Already used all of his X-Kairos on the garage wall, though. If they choose to, they can go for the construction push, but it looks like they are going to be trying to take garage. And it's... Who is that? Jahui up there? I believe on the Jaeger. If you're going to have anyone up there on this defense, it's probably Jahui. No, it's not. It's Dope Girl on the Maestro. Okay, that's who it is. If you lose the Alda in this position, that'd be super unfortunate. We saw how well it's been doing for Dope Girl. She's, you know, that one round on Church Arsenal, she single-handedly shut down that push through the church wall. But it's slow goings from Upper90. They have not found the pick into sight that they need. The Maestro not exposing herself up on top rafters as Kami looks for her. Stuns start to come out to just confirm that there's no ADSs, but they have no nades as the buck is dead. Terp, though, will take out Jahui. Close angle being held. They find the head of the Maestro. Kami now with Garage Rafters control, and that's huge. That was the pick they needed. They can now make their ascent upstairs. Maddox at least refrags on Terp, but still. Entering into the site is Upper90. They know that Maddox is positioned top red as well. The cutoff from the stairs as the Zofia will vault in, finds the foot, finds the arm, will down her off. Orion as well on the Fry Queen. Kami finds Vitae though. It's a 1v2 for the Wamai to save her team in this match. The ping's coming out. They know the Zofia is there. Can't find the frag just yet. The Revolver can't find the Thatcher. It's a 1v1. Kami with the double kill with Wamai's Keratos. And Disrupt stay alive miraculously as the whiffs from both players come around the server stack. And from the jaws of defeat, Kami propel her team onto 4 points, but still, they'll need to take 2 more if they want to bring this to OT.
What just happened?
I have no goddamn clue.
Cammy! Keeping Disrupt Gaming alive!
She whiffed on the Zofia, and I thought that was it. In my mind, I was like, "Oh, she's out of ammo."
That was it. That was the final song. Switch the scene. 2-0. It's over.
But Orion had his pistol out, and he only shot her twice. And the Revolver outguns every other pistol if you're hitting your shots. And the Zofia was previously lit up from the other engagement that she was only 1 tap. And oh man. How? Whatever. All right, Church Arsenal now going to be the next defense, and they won this round. They did win this round. But I will say though, a lot of the reason they won this round is because Thermite and Thatcher both lost to a prone Maestro on Black Box. If Dope Girl doesn't find both those frags or is at least traded out, I think Upper90 have a better chance of taking that round, but still, it was flawless. It was flawless. Granted. So, you know, we could be seeing 6-5. I would like to see 6-5. I think overtime would be cool after a 7-0. That would be like a nice little switch up. But there are roamers for Disrupt upstairs yet again. It looks to be Kemi and Fry Queen as they did last time. Now, last time, they didn't waste too much time. It was a minute 20 off the board, but they got away with their lives, and I think that's the most important part, which, frankly, you know, the fact that Fry Queen got a double in long was, you know, helped the flawless round. But Apollo this time, he's not going to make the same mistake twice. He's not going to let Kami and Fry Queen get away for free. He's now moved into the hallway rather than outside the breach. He's going to keep holding this doorway, just waiting for someone to come his way. Or no, he's actually going to open the rotate over to construction. And Fry Queen and Kami now positioned inside cache. Or, sorry, rather server. With the breach open, they're pretty much stuck there.
Oh, the drop here from Fry Queen, looking to make a play, but Kami says otherwise. Upper90 on the upper hand. Apollo gonna stab the clutcher last time. Kami gonna fall. It's a 3 versus 5 now. Upper90 established up top now. They have all 3 players of Disrupt Gaming locked downstairs in the basement. That sounds really wrong when I say it, but upstairs control taken by Upper90. They have Apollo alive this time. Last time he was the opener. He was opening death, and that really didn't help with nades being lost. Very important role to play here is Apollo, but and now that no opening frag or opening death is happening to him, he'll be able to stay alive. Nade gonna get chucked, speaking of. Won't find anything just yet. Jahui playing inside of dirt, watching Maddox. They've got a hefty blue control happening right now, but the execute's happening elsewhere. Moto Hatch opened up now, dropping into Moto, and probably going to be opening up the wall inside of Church is Vite. You can hear the ringing. Thermite wall's going to go down. Dope Girl now looking to make a play here. Kami getting the kill on the Maddox. Is this the beginning of the end? As Dope Girl will find the opening frag here for Disrupt. Make that 2. Disrupt Gaming. Going to have Diffuser. Jahui onto Kami. But it's all up to Dope Girl. She's got the all done. A 1 versus 2. This is it. Disrupt Gaming. The lives of this team on this tournament depend all on Dope Girl 20 with the Alda.
Ooh.
Dope name. Great gun in hand. Can she do it? 20 seconds remaining. She's flushed out by the exploding Vulcan shields. Apollo pushing up, though. Dope Girl might have the peak. No! It's Apollo instead! The miracle run on Clubhouse will end. Apollo with a beautiful shot will siren the end of Disrupt Gaming's run here. 2 2-0s for tonight. Amnesty Gaming and Upper90 moving on here. I am shaking. No clutch this time around. Dope Girl. It's all over. Hard fought there from Disrupt to try and end this all out, but it's not enough. Upper90 are going to take a 2-0 here. Extremely close. I thought that we were going to see a comeback from Disrupt, but it wasn't going to happen.
It was looking like it.
It was looking like it, but Upper90 proved that they are, in the end, the better team. No theme park or no cafe for tonight.
Honestly, though, the CCTV cache was down to a bit of a throw from Upper90. Well played by Cammy, but hell, you know, they may have... They were probably going for the knife. But yeah, well played to both teams. Unfortunate that we didn't get to see overtime or a map 3, but that's DG now going to be sent on their way. Well, I mean, they're already home, so I don't, you know.
Stay home, by the way.
Facts.
Especially in this time.
Wash your damn hands.
That too. Filthy animals.
But yeah, that's also that, dude. The players thanked us for casting and thank Kyle for spectating. That's nice.
So nice.
That's very nice. Thank you very much.
Well, that's it. That's gonna conclude our night.
Yeah. Speaking of thanks, thank you all for tuning in to the first round of playoffs. The round of well, is this the round of 16? Technically not, right? Because it's like the top spots get buys. What would you call this?
I think it's around. Well, I don't know. Good question. I think the bottom 4 teams were the ones that were relegated, as far as I'm aware. Or not relegated, but rather didn't make playoffs. Yeah, so the bottom, my bad, not relegations, but the bottom 4 teams didn't make playoffs, so it's basically the final 12.
Yeah, so I guess the round of 12?
Round of 12?
I don't know. Whatever the first round of this playoffs are, thank you very much for watching. You know, we appreciate y'all coming out here and watching Upsurge. I'm sure Kyle appreciates it as well. Kyle, thank you for observing very, very last minute. Jazz, thank you for not making me solo, because soloing best of 3s is
it's
kind of awful.
Yeah.
It's the worst, and I've done it before. I never want to do it again. But tune in next week, right, Kyle? I think it's next Sunday. We resume playoffs. Please tell me. He's typing. Next Sunday is semis. Okay, yeah, so next Sunday we will resume our playoffs with the semifinals. I believe it is, Jasmine, you want to pull up the bracket?
Oh, yeah, sure. Why don't we? Let's pull up the bracket here to try to chime us out here. So as you can see on your screen, the bracket's obviously not updated, but we'll run you through it. Upper90 versus Disrupt Gaming just happened, and it was Upper90 to win it. They will be playing Halfway Crooks here in the Road Conference semifinals, and Amnesty Gaming overcame Powerhaus to take on. They will be taking on Zenith Esports in the semifinals of the Raven Conference, and Offstream Carnage Gaming 2-0'd Untitled. So 3 2-0s. My oh my. Carnage Gaming will take on Original Esports in the Raven Conference semifinals, and the winner, obviously, of the Rogue and Raven Conference semifinals will go, to the semifinals. They will go on to the Raven and Rogue finals, respectively. And the winners of the Rogue and Raven finals will go on to the Grand Finals. There is a third place match. So if you lose the Rogue Conference Grand Finals and the Raven Conference Finals, you also have a chance to maybe get third place. So that's something to look forward to. But obviously everyone wants the big prize, the $1,500 distributed to the first place team out of a $2,500 prize pool.
I wish I had $50 million.
So thank you guys so much for watching. Tune in next Sunday where we can catch our semifinals of the Rogue and Raven Conference respectively. I've been Crow. This has been,
What?
Why do I always
No,
do
you
that? I don't know why.
haven't.
I've been Jasmine. This has been Crow. You can follow me on Twitter at JasmineCasts and Crow on Twitter at CrowHeck. Thank you guys so much for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm very hungry and I'm very confused. So thank you for tuning in to the Upsurge Premier League. Hopefully we can bring you some new action on Sunday. Until then, take care, stay safe, wash your hands.